Well, hi, good day, everyone. We're continuing now with a treatise on white magic commentary on the rules for magic on the astral plane, and we're on program number 48 in that series and number 32 in Rule 10, believe it or not. It's a very big rule. We've been dealing with the conclave of the year 1500. He lists it as that year, although generally we understand that it occurs 25 years into the century, but somewhere in there in the early 16th century from 1500 to 1529, and it had many results. One of the methods was to simulate small groups working in all the areas of possible human progress, and we've seen what those areas have been. Um, Outlined here: the cultural, the political, religious, and scientific. And then three more groups were added: the philosophical, the psychological, and the financial groups. And these square pretty well with the 10 seed groups. We do find, though, that we cannot say that there's only one ray per group in the 7 I just mentioned, nor can we say that for the seed groups there's only one ray, as there are different centers which are utilized for each one of the seed groups, and different chakras, that is, and the chakras, of course, tend to bring in a different ray, all of them. Like third ray is prominent in the throat center, and second in the heart center, and sixth in the solar plexus, and so forth. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence between these groups, their personnel, and the ray that they work on. There's several rays. So anyway, we're really continuing with this conclave of, let's call it 1525. It was momentous. It was occurring at the time when the Renaissance was flourishing and continued to flourish through the 16th century, I think up to the time of what we might call the Counter Reformation. I mean, just imagine in this century, the Martin Luther and his Reformation movement came into being, and a great flourishing in the arts and not so much yet the sciences, but that was coming, and in literature, and in philosophy. So many of the factors which liberated the human mind from medieval scholasticism and from the kind of dogmatic rigidity of the medieval period. So now, here it is, the whatever day this is here. I guess this is the 11th, and I'll kind of copy that and put that here. I guess important day, commemorating this. I read about that, the way in which the Ottoman Empire was stopped at the gates of Vienna in the late 17th century by a very brave Polish king. It depends on how we look at this, but I think that was something that needed to happen. The Martian idea of conquest by your ideal of all other ideals really has to go. And I think DK told us that by 1945 or 46, the warrior nature of Mars had reached its highest point. And I can't say it was no longer a threat, but at least it had expressed its destructive nature very fully and was on the wane. So let's see if that really holds good. Foster Bailey did report, apparently he remained in touch with the Tibetan after Alice Bailey's death, and he did port that the Tibetan assured him, was it in 1952, that there would be no Third World War. It's a little different from some of the material written in the late 40s, which warned in very dire tones of the possibility of a war that would really destroy humanity and make it necessary to start the entire experiment again. So anyway, we're continuing with the conclave of the year 1525, let's call it. And what have we noticed here? These groups that were stimulated in that conclave have resulted in, it says, through their activities now, we now have a humanity in close relation, though not at one, and a humanity characterized by three things. So as a result of the hierarchical impulse to start progressive groups that could move human consciousness forward, once it was discovered how opaque or, resistant human consciousness was and how separative the human spirit was, the group idea had to take place, and this was all in preparation for the Aquarian Age. And we know that Sir Francis Bacon, the previous, let's say the Maha Chohan to come, inaugurated under his very Aquarian horoscope and tendencies the beginning of the Aquarian Age. So at that time, they were thinking ahead toward the Aquarian Age already, even though we were dealing with a period that was to begin maybe 500 years ahead, something like that. So 1525 to 2125, maybe that's even 600 years ahead. But that's how the hierarchy thinks in very long-range terms. Much of the age of Pisces still had to be acted out, and it was, if we're moving backwards through the zodiac due to the precession of the equinoxes, we have a Martian, well, it depends on how we want to look at it. For some, it's a Martian decanate, the last decanate, and for others, maybe a Jupiterian decanate. Certainly there had been tremendous Jupiterian progress, but also the terrible wars of Mars. Really, it's as if Mars is contending for a greater measure of control on this planet, and as if the planetary logos has to put that in its proper place. Mars can be useful, but our planetary logos is further evolved than the logos of Mars. And the entry of the monads from Mars, what is it called? The recurring sons of war, something like that, caused great disruption. If we look here at, if we go to a treatise on cosmic fire, and let's say page 1082, we have perhaps here the recurring sons of war. The cyclic sons of peace, it's probably Venusian, and the recurring sons of war. These are the names of various monadic groups, and into probably some of these, or one of these, we as monads fit. So the war impulse on this first ray planet is quite a combination. Mars, in a way, aids and abets the first ray tendencies, which are not yet really occultly operative on our planet because we still have a non-sacred planet. But when it becomes a sacred planet, that first ray monad will really make its presence felt. And we do live on, we are a warring kingdom. The fourth ray is a ray of war, but also eventually a ray of resolution and peace. So, what is the humanity today characterized by as a result of that impulse at the Great Conclave? Number one, an amazing interrelation and intercommunication of which the radio, the press, modern transportation, and the telephone and telegraph are the servants. And whoop, that's not what I want, is it? You've got to have the little blue bracket. And I would just say, and vastly more sophisticated now, 80 years later, let's say, from the 30s, early 30s to where we are now, late 20s, early 30s, even more than 80 years. Number two, a widespread philanthropic enterprise and the growth of the sense of responsibility for one's brother, which one can now see on the television of all things, which was totally unknown in the year 1500. Movements such as the Red Cross, we know that Master DK, he stands behind the Red Cross, as we've been told. Movements such as the Red Cross, educational foundations, hospitals, and the present economic relief measures to be found in every country are its exoteric manifestation. So this is philanthropy, usually associated with the third ray, and it does mean the love of one's fellow human beings. So the philanthropy is one of the great results of that group stimulation in the early 16th century, and the connectedness of so many human beings. It led to that, not immediately, but so it did. THOPY, okay. And what else? Number three, a division of the entire human family, consciously or unconsciously, into two basic groups. This was a forcing of the parting of the ways. You know, a sword was presented. The Christ says, I come to bring not peace, but the sword of discrimination, really. So first, those who stand for the old order of things, and I think they're largely, well, we can't say exclusively, but people on the sixth ray tend to hold on to the past, who are reactionary and separative. They represent separative nationalism, boundaries, servitude, and servile obedience. They want a leader. They don't want to take on the responsibility of thinking for themselves. They exemplify religious sectarianism and dependence upon authority. They are against all modern innovations and progress. And secondly, those who vision a unified world wherein love of God means love of one's neighbor, you know, God transcendent and God immanent in all human beings, and where the motives underlying all religious, political, educational activities are characterized by a world consciousness and the welfare of the entire body and not just the part. Well, these emerging groups caused a clarifying split in assessing the position of different human beings with regard to progress. So the old order types are here. That's the first group. And we see that today, you know, so many are resisting. If they had their way, the earth would count for nothing and heaven or paradise for everything. So they would thwart the divine plan. And secondly, those who seek. It's really a division between the sixth ray and the second ray, I think, you know, in the Piscean age, which has presented to us both of those rays through Pisces. And this has been the result of that tendency to work through groups, which was undertaken. Well, if in 1525 or so the Aquarian age was anticipated, Aquarius is very much the group sign, the creative group, and so in some small way that was begun. Certainly our scientific achievements could not have been handled by one person alone. Maybe one person was the recipient of a theory, but it all had to be worked out by a group. Economic distribution worked out by a group. Um, when we look at the writings of Plato, let's just say, or Aristotle, even then groups were involved and were responsible for bringing forward many of the ideas which are normally put under one name only, and yet it was a group. So the group idea and the anticipation of the Aquarian age began well ahead of its arrival. It is now arriving. You know, that's the idea. And in another 100 years, another 99 years really, it will be with us. Okay. Well, we still have to live through the last vestiges, the recrudescence of the Piscean energy, and usually when it's being spent at the end, it is a resistive force. So in our next incarnation, you know, we'll still be dealing with that vestigial presence of the Piscean six-ray energy, and by the end of the 21st century, it will be well nigh gone and entirely gone by the time the year 2125 arrives. As I've said, there's a larger six-ray cycle of some 21,000 years remaining in a 40,000 year approximately fourth ray cycle. So it gets very intricate and beyond our capacity to understand, but in a larger sense, these rays are with us, but they do fade out of the immediately effective cycle with respect to the human race. With respect to the planet, they may still be very much present. So, you know, we ask ourselves, are we among the reactionaries or among the forward-looking people? You know, and as Master Moria says, they can all sit down at the same dinner table, some moving ahead into freedom and some captivated and bound to a non-progressive position, which reinforces the reactionary nature of the Black Lodge. Basically, so reactionary that it just wanted to maintain its focus upon the third ray and the first ray and not move forward into the second ray, hanging on to the past where they have a privileged position. So always to move forward into newer possibilities requires sacrifice. And the big question is, are we ready and equal to that when we are asked to relinquish something less good, which we cherish, for something that is better, which we have not yet learned to appreciate fully? The unification to which the forward-looking people aspire does not involve the neglect of any part, but it does involve the care and nurture of each part in order that it may contribute to the well-being of the entire organism. So we have here what we might call holism, all parts respected and cared for. DK has told us with respect to the sixth ray that people who are very solidly on that ray might not lift a finger to help those who needed help, but were not sharing their particular ideals. The humanitarian impulse just isn't there. Of course, it is for some, more advanced, of course. And there's the tendency to say, well, you are my friends, you are saved, you're going to heaven, you're going to paradise, and all the rest of you I reject because you are damned anyway. And some have even carried it so far as to say, and God decided before you were even born that you were damned. Okay, uh, the concrete mind has interpreted many things in a rather twisted and even horrible way. So there is what I would call the inclusive nature of the forward-looking people. And hopefully we really are representatives of that. Anyway, the care and nurture of each part in order that it may contribute to the well-being of the entire organism so that it can be adequately perform its international duties. Now let's just see here. Well-being of the entire organism in a treatise on white magic. I just want to make sure that things have not been left out in the transfer. Okay, and basically I always have to do this. I wish I could just settle the matter for once and for all, you know. So, about a treatise on white magic, and we want to copy this sentence. Well-being of the entire organism. Well-being of the entire organism. There's one, and let's see what follows it. Right. So there was something missing. So that it can adequately perform. So we have to copy this much and get it into the proper place. You know, when you see a sentence begin with a small letter, something's wrong. So it involves, for instance, the right government and proper development of every national unit so that it can adequately perform its international duties. And let's just say duties and the destiny of the nations clarifies. The nature of abilities, energies, and duties of these units, perform its international duties, and thus form a part of a world brotherhood of nations. The United Nations, of course, is supposed to be that, but people have brought their own ideas, ideas with which they have been raised, and some very vicious reactionary ideas into what is meant to be an organism promoting the world brotherhood of nations. So that's very unfortunate, but it can be eradicated and purified. This concept does not even involve the formation of a world state, but it does involve the development of a universal public consciousness which realizes the unity of the whole and thus produces the determination that each must be for all and all for each, as it has been said. All for one and one for all. It's an Aquarian ideal. Okay, so we don't have to have a solidified world state per se, because, you know, that could lend itself to totalitarianism if there was not sufficient caution. But at least public consciousness has to change. Okay, so let's say that this must change compared to what it is now. It's a world public opinion, a world consciousness, which is based upon the realization of unity of the whole. We're a long way from that, and the forces of fragmentation are now active. Let me call them that. The forces of fragmentation are again active at the threshold of greater possibilities. So one for all and all for one. This is, we're a long way from that. And when somebody says America first, whatever country first, Germany first, Germany, Deutschland über alles, the old idea that the Nazis grabbed hold of, and Russia first, UK first, China first. It's all egotism. It's all nationalism. Egotism on a national level. It will never do, and it is anti-Aquarian. It's against the ideals which must take shape, take form, and manifest during the Aquarian age. Only in this way can there be brought about an international synthesis which will be characterized by political and national unselfishness. Well, we see some players today operating in exactly the opposite direction, but I suppose that is the clarification which is required. We have to know. We have to know what still lurks in the desire bodies of men and minds. We have to know the lurking, reactionary, tendencies. And they're so blatant. But maybe that does clarify the difference between that which is in alignment with the divine plan and that which opposes it, because sometimes we might get confused if the two different sides are not really clearly delineated. Well, now we have a very clear delineation of what national selfishness is, yet again, and what international possibilities are. An internationalism in which the fate of all nations is of importance to all nations, and the fate of all people in those nations is of importance to all people in all nations. It seems idealistic, but it's necessary in the coming transition so that we can make our way into the wonders of the Aquarian age. This universal state of mind will not again inevitably involve the founding of a world or universal religion, and excuse me, as always, and yet, okay, and yet such a religion will be founded. He tells us, a comprehensive, embracing, universal, scientific religion is on its way. If we can call it a religion at all, a sort of a spiritual attitude of mankind. This is on its way. But in other words, will we call it Christianity or by any of the names of the various religions? Maybe something quite different. We'll have to call it something quite different. So, but we do have to develop a universal state of mind, which as applied to the planet means a holistic state of mind. And will this holistic state of mind demand the presence of a universal religion? Well, sometimes he says definitely so, and other times, like here, not. It requires simply the recognition that all formulations of truth and of belief, I suppose, not relief, I guess there's a lot of mistakes. In the transfer. Okay, so all formulations of truth. Where are we here? All formulations of truth. All right, let's go back and see what it is. That's 2, and we want to, a little difficulty there. Previous. Okay. It requires simply the recognition that all formulations of truth, and it says, and of relief, are only partial in time and space and are temporarily suited to the temperaments and conditions of the age and race. Well, this is the problem, because this is simply a cut and paste from the original. So let's wonder if this word is really belief. I think it seems more likely, and I'd have to check the actual book to find out whether that is the case. It requires simply the recognition that all formulations of truth and belief, let us say, are only partial in time and space, and are temporarily suited to the temperaments and conditions of the age and race. So, in a way, what do we say? No dogma lasts forever. And each dogma has its turn according to the context in which it appears. Those who favor some particular approach to the truth will nevertheless achieve the realization that other approaches and modes of expression and terminologies and the ways of defining deity can be equally correct and in themselves constitute aspects of a truth which is greater and vaster than man's present equipment can grasp and express. So, let's just call this this signals the coming of tolerance. And we do find when the Aquarian energy is rightly understood and expressed, then it is an energy which is inclusive and tolerant. Of course, I've seen many 6th-ray Aquarians which seem to promote their conservative, well, it's not even a bad word, conservative, but reactionary agenda. And they are Aquarian, but they see everything is fine within the group that they promote, but not fine in relation to other groups. Even the great ones themselves, but dimly sense reality, always a higher reality. We want to say, ever higher. And though they are aware of deeper underlying purposes than are their chelas, yet even they see not the ultimate goal. And I might say, in this case, even with regard to, let me try something with, I'm going to make a new one there. I have it with respect to, but I'm going to do another one with respect to. Even with respect to our planet, and certainly with respect to the solar logos and his system. They too are forced to use such unmeaning terms in their teaching as absolute reality and ultimate realization. Well, they are useful terms in some ways, and but what do they connote to the one who uses them? So, still thinking about that conclave of 1525, let's say, hence during the past 3 centuries, group after group has appeared and played its part, and we today reap the benefit of their accomplishment. Probably if we study, the history of ideas in relation to group implementation, we shall learn a lot. Under the cultural group, for instance, we find emerging the poets of the Elizabethan age, and I just get chills when I hear those words, which were wonderful. You know, I used to study that kind of thing, and they were, among the best. And of course, whatever Shakespeare was, he was one of the greatest. And the musicians of Germany, with its fourth race soul, and of the Victorian era, I think maybe Germany and Austria have produced the greatest music. Not to say that there have not been some wonderful composers in various other places. Groups of artists are likewise to be found, giving us the famous schools, which are the glory of Europe. So this is examples of the cultural group. Two famous groups, one cultural, coming in maybe in the premature appearance of fourth ray souls, sacrificially coming in ahead of their time. Two famous groups, one cultural and the other political, also played their part, the one producing the Renaissance, right? Okay, and the other bringing about the French Revolution, which, despite its later excesses, did implant a great idea and many ideals in the human mind. Liberté, liberty, égalité, equality, and fraternity, fraternité. Well, these are in a way the names of the three great lords of liberation. I mean, you can't really say they're the names, but they are streams exciting a certain process that these names describe. Interesting, too, that air signs are involved. And so you wonder, when it comes to the Lords of Liberation, whether the air signs and the cosmic ethers, which can be related to air, whether those signs and ethers are not effective in relation to the Lords of Liberation. So anyway, the Renaissance is not ignored. It was very necessary after the crustification of the mind in the cloisters of medievalism. You can tell also that Master Moria, when he was writing, or someone was taking it down, was very much against this cloistered attitude. It lacked courage. It lacked inner authority. He wanted people to imitate the Christ and not worship the Christ in their isolated places. So anyway, some excellent effects of some of these groups are still with us. The effects of their work, it says, are still to be felt for the modern humanistic movement, with its emphasis upon the past, which is completed in the present, and its search for the roots of man's equipment in the earlier trends harks back to the Renaissance. And so this is something of value now, the modern humanistic movement. And what are the roots there? The Renaissance, the Renaissance was of great seminal value for many of the group movements constructively active today. Revolution and the determination to fight for the divine rights of man find their prime inaugurating influence and impetus in the revolution in France. It was so much under the selfish ruling class, and The period of the French kings was one of those periods characterized by the potent influence of the Black Lodge, along with, Rome that had come before, and a few other, well, obviously Nazism and the Axis powers. The Black Lodge was making its presence felt, but in the presence of the French kings, it was influential and basically enslaving the people. So throwing this over, and of course, a revolution is a very Aquarian type of process. It involves Uranus and the reformation of basic principles after discarding the ones that have imprisoned the human spirit. Revolution and the determination to fight for the divine rights of man, coming all the way from the monad. When you use the word divine, find their prime inaugurating influence and impetus in the revolution in France. The privileged classes had no regard for the welfare of the far less fortunate, the peasantry, and just the normal people of France. I mean, it's come down to us in a kind of saying that we don't know whether it's really true. But the Queen of France at that time, Marie Antoinette, when told the reason for the restlessness of the people, they have no bread, if it's true what she said, it was one of the most cruel remarks one could possibly say. She had a lot of Scorpio. Let them eat cake then let them eat cake. Well, if that's a true story, and maybe that's disputed, it was extremely cruel. Maybe as only someone with powerful Scorpio could be. Revolt, the formation of political parties, the class warfare, which is so rampant today, still is rampant, and the splitting of every country into warring political groups, though sporadic always, have become universal during the past 200 years and are all the results of the group activity started by the masters around 1500. Well, they think in long terms. So that, in other words, what they brought in was a kind of productive conflict leading to the emergence of higher values. So the conflicts caused by the inauguration of these forward-looking groups are constructive. Are constructive conflicts. That's what I want to say. If I can just get my cursor down there. Are constructive conflicts leading to the emergence and expression of the divine rights of man. Do we have rights? Well, here's how it goes, in my opinion, anyway. Every monad has a certain portion of the divine will to be expressed in the lower worlds. And when the carrier of such a portion is stifled and cannot express his tiny portion of that divine will, then the expression of the divine will in toto is thwarted. Well, this would not happen if the divine rights of man, if the freedom is given, if liberty, equality, and fraternity are promoted, then the divine will can be enacted, because every unit will have the opportunity to bring forward that precious aspect of the entire will of which he is the custodian. So it's very important that people learn how to express themselves, but without necessarily stepping on the higher expression of others. Sometimes the lower expression of others, which prevents their own higher expression, has to be thwarted. One has to corner the beast and capture the beast. The throne of the kingdom sits on the legs of the beast, and the beast has to be confronted so that something still higher may emerge, even by those who have acted in a bestial way. So, for their own good and for the good of the greater whole, some of the actions of quite a number of people, actions which are lower actions, have to be cornered, corralled, even thwarted and destroyed. All right, but so now what was the situation which was happening now and then is happening all the time, going back into the 1700s from the time that this book was written. And he's trying to explain to us how when the master starts something, it has a very strong and ongoing effect. It's that way with the great decisions that are made by the 6-degree initiates assembled, and it always has a progressive and yet disturbing effect. In a way, there's no way to find, to achieve rapid progress unless there is disturbance. Our time-space schedule has to be observed, and we are behind the times. We're on this planet, we're very much in a state of retardation compared to where we should be, comparable to our sister planet Venus. So we don't have time to idle through improvement. It has to be somewhat forced, and it will be disturbing as the higher archetype is forced upon our present conditions. Now, some first-rate types, they really realize this, and they do their part. They're resented, of course, they're hated, and they are accused of depriving us of our attachments. But in the long run, it's all for the best. Even the horrific Second World War, I'm sure, in which many of us participated one way or another, was the broom of Shambhala sweeping clear the impediments so that something better could occur. We just have to be really careful that the house, once swept clean of devils, so to speak, does not fill with even more devils through our own neglect. Okay. Men have grown thereby and have learned how to think, and even though they may think wrongly and may initiate disastrous experiments, the ultimate good is inevitable and unavoidable. Well, first we have to learn how to use the mechanism. And if we use it mistakenly, that will be corrected, but it's better than not being able to use it at all. We have to learn to use the mind. That's what they noticed. The mind was not developed and men were insensitive. They noticed that as they studied them back in the early 1500s. And there was great separativeness. Well, when you start working through the group formation, you're immediately bringing people together, and presumably you're overcoming that division of man from man, of woman from woman, of human being from human being. You're overcoming that by the demand for the group process, however eventual that overcoming may be. Temporary discomforts, passing depressions, just think about yourself, myself, ourselves. Temporary discomforts, passing depressions, war and bloodshed, penury, poverty and vice, may lead the unthinking into the depths of pessimism. Why is this happening to me? And it can lead to no good thing. But those who know and who sense the inner guiding hand of the hierarchy are aware that the heart of humanity is sound and that out of the present chaos, and perhaps largely because of it, there will emerge those competent to deal with the situation and adequate to the task of unification and synthesis. So this is the call on us to become more thoughtful and far-sighted, and not to be taken in by the appearance of immediate circumstance. How can we endure the pain when the pain is necessary for a while in order for us to work through a difficult situation? And if the working through and its associated pain did not occur, we could not work through. But how to recognize this? This is the story, and part of that recognition is to realize the true and inevitable nature of the coming divine plan. So this period has been called the age of restoration of what has been broken by the fall. The time has come when the separate parts can be reunited. That's, a very Isian thing to do. Isis reunited Osiris, and the whole stand together again in its earlier perfection. And what do we call that? We call that by the name Restore the Plan on Earth. Well, I like this very much, this name, as the masters tend to name some important periods, and we call it the age of restoration of what has been broken by the fall and the not a valid number, thank you. Oh, this is the fall from the level of consciousness we should be sustaining. Most falls are actually pretty good things because they represent sacrifice, and the fall of a greater being means it's sacrificial, even avataric descent into a lower arena of vibration for the sake of bringing something of value to that lower arena. So the solar angels fell maybe from the cosmic physical plane from the cosmic astral plane onto the cosmic physical plane, and then fell again from the cosmic ethers into the cosmic dense physical body of our planetary logos. Two types of falls, each one of which had an important motive behind it. Even if the entirety of the solar angel does not descend onto our normal higher mental plane and below, some projection of its presence and energy and consciousness does descend, and that's a fall. Now, we can't look at the fall of man as in the Garden of Eden. We can say there was a falling away from contact with the higher powers. That did happen with the densification of man's consciousness. So let's just say there was a falling away from a higher consciousness, which had been sustained for a long time. We're told that even the early Lemurian man somehow was in contact with the presence of his inner god, of his solar angel. Well, sometime in Atlantis and in early Aryan times, the densification became so great that there was a fall away from being able to realize the supervising divinity. There was a fall into a lesser state of consciousness. That's and then of course all the actions that resulted from that lesser state of consciousness, and the presence of the Black Lodge, always obstructive, didn't help, making it easier for man of the period to fall away from the higher benevolent guiding powers. Okay, so maybe that was a little bit about perhaps politics, or culture. Let's see. Yeah, there's been a lot about politics here, and getting done certain things in the outer world which were needful for the elevation of humanity. The religious groups have likewise been many, so that their enumeration is hopeless. I think, is it correct that this is what I've heard, that in, not sure why that happens, so that in Protestantism, there are over 400 different sects. We have the groups of Catholic mystics who are the glory of the Occident. I certainly must say I really enjoyed reading them because they really had contact with divinity. There are also the protesting Lutherans, which came in, in the early 16th century and were intent on correcting many of the church abuses, such as the selling of indulgences by the clergy to impoverished peasants who were so concerned about their own destiny, whether in heaven or hell, or the welfare of someone who is loved. You love somebody, and the priest says, well, if you give me this money, I can make sure that God indulges this person, and instead of sending your beloved to hell, the beloved will be sent to heaven, and you will meet them there, and so forth, So it's a huge deception, very cruel, again, cruel. So we have the Catholic mystics, it says, who are the glory of the Occident. They're also the protesting Lutherans, Calvinists, Methodists, and many others. Having been a musician and then suddenly a church choir director, I found myself conducting for many years choirs in various churches, Methodists, Episcopals, what else? Congregationalists. Those the major three, I think. Trying to think, was there one more? Well, at least a couple of different Methodist churches. I listened to a lot of sermons, and as I've said, I passed through the age of Pisces, having been very much born, in the Jewish group in the age of Aries, passed through the age of Pisces right through that church choir experience for many years. I've heard more sermons expressing more opinions than one wants to know. And some were very uplifting, and others obviously just boilerplate, as they say. Well, there were the Pilgrim Fathers, and look how he describes them here, those sour and earnest men. Weren't very happy, Elizabethans had too much fun, so the those who reacted against them were going to prove that they could live through life without any fun, without any enjoyment, as if that uh, enjoyment was not what God desired, and there was no spirituality to be found in enjoyment. The Huguenot, the Moravian martyrs, and the thousands of modern sects in every group. Well, thousands. They have all served their purpose and have led man to the point of revolt and away from the acquiescence in authority. Well, the six-ray age is ending. Six-ray types seem to want guidance and authority because they've lost their own center, or maybe never achieved it or found it or emphasized it. They need that centralization that comes from really taking recognition of their own inner divinity. But now that's coming, and the numbers of attendees in the conventional churches are falling. Maybe the number of attendees in extremist groups is not falling, because people get desperate when they begin to sense the end of an age. They have driven man to the stage of thinking for himself by the force of their unique example. They stood for freedom and the personal right to know. Well, at least some of them did, that's for sure. Not to acquiescence in dogmatism, but there's been a revolt. So, let's just say two significant revolts. One in the field of politics, and the other in the field of religion. I well remember some 50 years ago the coming or the flourishing of the consciousness movement in California, maybe around the university at Berkeley, and spreading all over the world, especially in Western cultures. It was, you can sense the hierarchy was behind this, and the 1966 higher event, whereby Christ took on the vestures left for him for his use by the Buddha. I think of those as organized triadal bodies, not so much the lower bodies as the higher bodies, giving even more support to the Christ mission, even as the Buddha himself and the Spirit of Peace and the Avatar of Synthesis are said to support the efforts of the Christ. He's being really reinforced. I remember that time and how different it was, and how the people, after the clearing of the Second World War and protesting the Vietnam War at the time, rose into higher possibilities and a more loving type of behavior. A lot of that has faded away now, and the materialistic thought regained ascendancy in the 80s, and maybe, at that time in other countries too. I'm not sure, probably in the 80s or 90s. And we are still now in a fairly materialistic time, and the remainder of the consciousness movement is with us. In came the esoteric books, in came theosophy, in came the deep interest and widespread interest in all types of spirituality. Maybe the Tibetan will give us what we might call a review of whether that consciousness movement really worked or did not. He told us that the premature incoming of the poets, artists, musicians, etc. in the 19th century was meant to offset the brutal materialistic attitude arising largely through Germany, let us say, and in Europe, but it didn't succeed. It didn't succeed. Not as it was hoped, and maybe he'll give us the estimation about whether what I'm calling the consciousness movement and the importation of great streams of illuminative thought from the East, whether that succeeded or to what extent it did succeed. As DK is fond of saying, look, the opportunity will not always be with us. About an hour has passed, a little more. I'm trying to make these programs a bit longer because when I don't have to stop and convert and do all that kind of thing. And I realize, it's a lot to listen to, but as I say, just simply stop the video where you need to. And if you're using it for class, stop frequently. And there should always be someone who listens to it ahead of time to see what may be of value for the class so that person can control the playing of these programs and use what is most useful to them and to their class. Okay, so we've been talking here about the religious groups, and when you look at the different ways of teaching, and if we went to esoteric psychology 1, as usual, having my trouble making things big enough so they can actually be seen. But if we went to Psych 1, around page 420, we might see, well, let's see, higher ways. This is how I always find it, city planning. There are two of them, and here it is. The methods of teaching on the different rays, So let me point to modes of group teaching. Each of the great rays has a form of teaching truth to humanity, which is its unique contribution in this way develops man by a system or technique which is qualified by the ray quality and is therefore specific. So ray 1 has a lot of diplomacy and politics, but the higher expression is the science of statesmanship and of government. Some have emerged which knew or who knew something about this science, maybe Mandela, maybe Ataturk, maybe Roosevelt, Lincoln, great luminaries in this field. Ray 2, the lower expression is just religion, but the higher expression, the process of initiation, as taught by the hierarchy of adepts. So that is immense, and we see that Master DK, a second ray master, has presented tremendous detail and illuminative thought on initiation. When it comes to the third ray, the use of money and gold, but the higher expression, and it's been tremendous in our century, the means of communication or interaction, radio, telephone, telegraph, and the power to travel, and that has blossomed far beyond what anybody could conceive back in the days when this was written. Ray 4, the lower expression, architectural construction, modern city planning, very high things in their own right, and I'm sure coming in power when the fourth ray comes in power again, 2025, but the higher expression, the Masonic work, it's got a lot of the fourth ray, the allegorical approach, based on the formation of the hierarchy and related to the second ray. And isn't it interesting that we don't see Masonry emphasizing only the first ray and the seventh, even though it's first ray types who tend to benefit from it maybe the most, and it is associated with teaching them, and of course the ritual aspect is very seventh ray, but it's a 1-4-7 approach. And then maybe here's another surprise. When we look at the fifth ray, it's often the second and third ray that bring education to our mind, but the lower expression is the modern educational systems and mental science. Well, what does that mean? certainly the training of the mind is here, and training of the concrete mind, and maybe the study of the mind, but mental science seems to bring to mind some of the metaphysical groups that use the mind in a certain affirmative way. Christian Science is said to be a combination of the sixth ray and the fifth ray, and I suppose that reflects somehow the rays of Mary Baker Eddy. But anyway, look at that when it comes to the higher expression, the science of the soul, esoteric psychology. How interesting. And, just think about France in this regard and its fifth ray soul and the kinds of discoveries scientifically of the soul for which it is destined. See, I would tend to think about Master P now, in the fourth ray ashram, and how esoteric psychology is very much on the fourth ray. And I would tend to think of the second ray as being very important in psychology, and I think it is. But the fifth ray is given as that ray upon which a higher type of teaching of esoteric psychology, described here as the science of the soul, will appear. Now, when it comes to the sixth ray, well, the lower part is churches and organized religions, and the higher part, I think, a higher instantiation of the religious teaching. Christianity, even though the sixth ray master Jesus is in charge of that, of the Christian church, but there is a type of Christianity which is truly authentic and reminds us of what the Christ would have people doing, which has been so much forgotten over the years. And as the Church of Rome, a first ray organization, took over the representation of Christianity and other things being considered heretical, Christianity and diversified religions, but in a more inclusive vein, and looking for spirituality rather than just churchianity. And then when we get to ray 7, well, something that DK does not support very much, spiritualism of phenomena, the use of the ectoplasm and materializations and things appearing from the lower levels, perhaps, of the astral plane, and not being really very uplifting at all, but at least there's a study of it all. I think Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of the Sherlock Holmes writings, was heavily involved in spiritualism and, thereby kind of indicating to us the power of the seventh ray in its makeup. And then, as we would expect, seventh ray, all forms of white magic. So this is a very important page 400 and, page 50 it is in this case. Yeah, page 50. And let's see if there's anything else. Page 411, where the charts are gathered for a more concentrated review. So just think where you fit there, and what you're doing. And certainly so many of us who work with Master DK, we're just, the term initiation, the idea of initiation is always in our thought, hopefully in the right way. And we're trying to spread among human beings an understanding of what the initiatory process is, avoiding the taint of self-concern, ambition, egotism, and so forth. We're trying to, his very first public book, Initiation Human and Solar, so he wanted to capture the attention of people so they would be able to study these things and be inspired by them. All right. That was a little deviation. So deviation here, studying, page 50 in EP1, and also page 411 in EP1. looking back, yeah, the ray methods. It's page 411, and we notice this chart from page 26 is transported into here. Memorizing these facts and figures will give us a less vague and more solid picture of cyclic developments, and we certainly need that if we're going to be able to explain in a rational way how energies come and go and how they can be utilized and have to be utilized. And earlier we have what do we have here? Yeah, page 50 and page 49, but page 50 particularly, to discuss the higher and lower methods of teaching on the different rays. Now, I suppose every member of a hierarchy, it being a second ray body, primarily is a teacher, or at least an illuminator, someone whose very vibration brings more light to those who may be exposed to it. So anyway, these latter groups, I guess religious groups, have acted largely under the influence of the sixth and second rays. Well, in the sixth ray group, it's just very much largely religion, but in the second ray group, it's religion and then religion as initiation. The factor of initiation is taught by the second ray and not so much by the sixth. I mean, just try to teach, just try to teach initiation to people who are holding on desperately to some religious dogma. Just try to help them understand how very dependent their progress is, not upon some emotional choice they may have made, but dependent upon working out their own salvation through the improvement of their quality. It's not an easy sell. So anyway, these latter groups have acted largely under the influence of the sixth and second rays. The cultural emerged under that of the fourth ray. All right, and the banner of peace has a lot to do representing that. And when we look at the Agni Yoga teachings and even the approach of Master Mori, the fourth ray is very important. Whilst the first ray has impelled the political activities which have brought such changes in the nations. Well, every one of the groups emerging has some principal rays associated with it, not exclusively one ray. I mean, when I think about the political groups, the ones who are most, who are most successful are the ones who combine it with the second ray, the first ray with the second ray. Lincoln and Mandela, those are two that immediately come to my mind. Maybe Roosevelt too comes to my mind, even though they called him the fox. You kind of wonder whether he had a third ray mind, because he could calculate, certainly. But you understand, without these great leaders to marshal human aspiration and will in times of heavy times of stress, the whole nation can go down. Without a Churchill, without a Roosevelt, what would have happened? And one of the very reliable journalists recently said, and I'm speaking here in September 11th of all things, of 2018, he says, let's hope we don't have a crisis, because you need to be able to marshal the best abilities and the highest aspirations and the highest qualities of a people, which means you have to have them yourself. And since some of our leaders just don't have them, let's hope we don't have a crisis, a real crisis. Okay, so DK is telling you about some of the rays which are acting through the groups which hierarchy began in a small way to organize back in the early 16th century, from 1500 to 1525. The cultural groups emerged under the fourth ray. So many of the great musicians, superlative musicians and artists are found on this ray, the ray of struggle, the ray of pain, the ray of beauty and of finally revealed intuition. And when the first ray comes in, under the fifth and third ray impulses, groups of scientific investigators have arisen, working with forces and energies that constitute the divine life. I kind of think of Einstein here, obviously a very powerful third ray thinker, but having to be able to work in a subsidiary category involving the fifth ray, even though perhaps he wasn't, the fifth ray soul type, more likely the third ray soul type. Once I think I may have, I just don't know, I may have made a mistake on him. He was certainly interested in music and harmony and solving the secrets of the universe in a musical way. It was a higher type of pursuit. Third ray and fifth ray were extremely strong. I estimated, I wondered whether the monadic ray might be the second. Now, since I have, since that time, seen the need for 7 types of monadic ray on the monadic plane and 3 types of monadic ray on the logoic plane, I'm not quite sure how to apportion those. He pretty well had a second ray personality, I think, but maybe it went, much higher, and certainly the third ray was very, 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 very high. Well, one day we'll know these ray clarifications. We won't have to, as some ray theorists do, just speak ex cathedra and this is how it is, and Mozart is 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, that kind of stuff. We'll know more, and we'll know why. So meanwhile, we have to be hypothetical about it, offer possibilities, but not be dogmatic that this is necessarily the case. So under the fifth and third ray impulses, even now the fifth ray was taken out of incarnation, maybe in terms of its ashramic contribution from 1950 to the year 2000 and maybe beyond, but it worked under the great third ray as an aspect of the third ray because it is related to the third ray, and rays 4, 5, 6, and 7 work under that third ray as the various maps will indicate. We have there it is. Yeah. So under the third ray, 4, 5, 6, or 7, under the third ray master, probably the Venetian master, 4, 5, 6, and 7, are working, and all of these under the present Mahachohan, who is an example of the third and seventh ray. Third monadically, and the seventh in terms of his soul. Okay, so that's an important chart. Under the fifth and third ray impulses, groups of scientific investigators have arisen, working with the forces and energies that constitute the divine life. Interestingly, the Curies were on the seventh ray. Marie and her husband, I forget his first name, working on the seventh ray, and Millikan, I believe, who discovered the cosmic rays. He made a discovery about ray impacts on the Earth. He was on the seventh ray also, which generally means soul ray. So this business of the higher rays is a little bit complicated and maybe a little beyond us, and we hope that the Tibetan will, in his next installment, offer some clarification on these matters. Meanwhile, a number of us have tried to, with a little wisdom, hypothesize about these higher placements of rays. So, the divine life, dealing with the garment of God, under the law of repulse, there's some marvelous stuff about the garment of God, searching from without towards the within and demonstrating to man his essential unity with all creation, and his relationship intrinsic and vital with all forms of life. Okay, this is the fifth and the third ray. Yeah, and if I got any kind of color I'd like to use here, can't be too dark, you know. So we have much to be grateful for in the formation of these groups and their contributions to the general elevation of human consciousness. Unless we all work together in all the ashramic areas, humanity will not be lifted into the state of unity and brotherhood, which is desirable. We can't leave anything out, and it all has to be largely supervised by the incoming of the great second ray of love and wisdom. So whatever our ray, you know, essentially we're a Buddhic unit. Essentially, we are within our great second ray solar logos. The home of the monad is found there, and we have to bring in the love regardless of what our rays may be. You know, we're told about three kind of avatars: the Buddha, the Christ, and a certain seventh ray avatar. And we're told, you know, that he will not have as much of that love energy as has the Christ and even the Buddha, but he will have a fair measure of it, enough, plus a great ability to work with materialization and manifestation. You kind of wonder, is this going to be Master R? He does have a way of appearing, you know, in person. And as the Comte de Saint-Germain, he certainly was a present personage in France and in other places in Europe. Quite an amazing individual, and there are some who know that they belong to him, as it is said that they belong to Master R. The names of the individuals in any group are legion and of relatively no importance. Who cares about the personality name? It's the total group effect, you know. Right now we're under a great spiritual propaganda effort on the second ray. Who cares about the people per se who are propagating this? It's the effect of the whole ashramic movement and the groups representing the ashram, which are of importance. It is the group that and its interrelated work that counts. And some people, you know, just only seeing the little picture want to be remembered forever. Well, I always ask them, what were you doing in the last universe? Who were you? Well, you know, remember, you didn't even exist. There's only one identity anyway. It's the one and only identity. And every universal logos, though maybe operating according to a different algorithm, has that same shared identity. There's no way that identity is anything but one, ultimately. So I wouldn't go looking for a personality that you were in any previous universe. You're not going to find it, I think. I just offer these thoughts, you know. I don't try to be dogmatic about it. I just think you won't find it. And it's not important that you do. What is important is to stop thinking of yourself and your personal identity as that of a personality and start thinking of yourself as possessing the identity of the wholeness. Think that way. It is interesting to note that in the scientific group, the underlying unity is particularly noticeable. You know, maybe they're not so affected by divisive, contentious emotions, for its members are singularly free from the sectarianism and selfish competition. I mean, I've just been reading, you know, for a long time, Russia and the United States on the scientific space-related matters have been cooperating. And now, because of the ridiculous fragmentation which is foisted upon the peoples of the world during this period of reaction. Now there's contention above in space. Will that cooperation continue? But for a long time, scientists who are animated by the will to know, they don't care what country they're from. They want to know for the sake of humanity. They think in broader terms. And under Venus, you might say, which conducts the fifth ray and which is a planet of cohesion. I suppose Mars has a lot to do with the concrete mind, but we're not talking about competition like who's going to get the A-bomb first. That was going on in the Second World War. We're talking about Venus's connection with the fifth ray and not so much the Martian connection, though it is, as an orange planet, it is connected with the fifth ray. So in the scientific group, the unity is particularly noticeable, for its members are singularly free from sectarianism and selfish competition, and this cannot be said of the religious and political group. That's where the real trouble lies at the present time, and not so much intelligence is brought to bear there. So we can set the example or see the example set in scientific work, and oftentimes people from different nations get together. Right now, those who are saying, look, we have a problem with the environment, with global warming and so forth, they're from all kinds of places. Scientists from all kinds of cultures and countries, and they focus on the light and try not to be subservient to the political or religious egotistical agenda. The first and sixth rays are problem rays in that respect, dominance and slavish, narrow devotion to one particular group or nation. Okay. In relation to the many nations and the myriads of men on earth, these molding groups under the various divisions are few in number. But that's a nice way of thinking of them, even from the early days of the 16th century. That's, generally 1525 is the way to think of it, I think. There have been set in motion molding groups, molding society, molding the individual, molding humanity's approach to its future. These molding groups under the various divisions are few and in number. Well, it's just getting started. The true group age is coming. Their personnel, their contribution to the growth of human expression, and their place in the plan can be quite easily traced. I guess we look for the history of ideas and the history of effective groups which brought forward discoveries and innovations and changes. He definitely wants to disabuse us of the idea that spirituality is religiosity. It's much more. The point to be emphasized is that these have all been motivated from the inner subjective side of life. It's not just something that men decided to do. There's been a real impulse coming from the higher planes in which they are participating, but may not know it. So much in which we're involved as a soul may not really be known to us. They have come forth under a divine urge and with specific work to accomplish. They have all been composed in the primary stage of disciples and initiates of the lesser degrees. And, those who could receive the message of the need to progress and open up the mechanism of man. They have all been subjectively guided step by step by their own souls, which have in their turn been cooperating consciously with the hierarchy of knowers. Hmm. So from basically, if we just want to get the principle from within to without, and never never underestimate the power of the inner worlds to impel that which is necessary to the divine plan. Well, what a responsibility it is to be a member of the spiritual hierarchy and to be able to see in such a term, in such a manner, centuries ahead, so that you know what you have to start now, so that when the time comes, the unfoldment that you have inaugurated has occurred. So this has been the case even when the individual man has been unaware himself of his place in the group and that group's divine mission. Let's just say the personality is relatively obtuse compared with the inner knowledge of the soul. Let it be remembered also that there has not been a single failure, though again and again the individual has not been cognizant of success. So always in this, no, sorry, right. So in this group formation, always there is achievement, even if unknown to the bringer of achievement. All right, the mark of these workers is that they build for posterity. So we're cycling back here in a way to the new group of world servers. I think we can see that, It's what has led to the formation, the more recent impulse of the servers. Without the preparatory group's impulse in the early 16th century, probably it would not be possible to inaugurate this movement we call the inner subjective new group of world servers movement. So the mark of these workers is that they build for posterity. We're looking ahead here, We're not trying to restore the ancient buildings after they've been bombed out. DK said, don't do that, you're just rebuilding the past which has to be outlived. That those who have followed them have failed, and that those who have responded to this work have not been true to the ideal is disastrously true. There's never perfection down in this world of the dense physical body of the planetary logos because the matter material aspect is so resistant to the second ray archetype, which has to eventually prevail below in the world of becoming. So that they failed, that they have not responded to the work in an ideal manner, but the initial group has uniformly achieved. This surely negates pessimism and demonstrates the exceeding potency of the subjective activity. Okay, so what can we say? That despite apparent failures, there has been an overall success. Now, can we take that in, and can we believe that that is so? We do see that humanity has advanced tremendously. Maybe, well, somewhere in our deep subconscious, we know what it was like in Atlantis because there's probably not one of us who hasn't been part of that Atlantean civilization in whatever condition our mind may have been. Yes, so we know something about that. But, and we know that it was very advanced. But here we have a replay and elevation. If we could fight that war, that Atlantean war, on a higher turn of the spiral, we can also take Atlantean progress, technological progress, and lift it onto a higher turn of the spiral, and we then will not be pessimistic. It's very important for disciples not to be pessimistic, but to carry a positive vibration for the sake of those for whom the disciple is setting an example. That's the fourth dictum, we might say. Inquire the way, obey the inner impulses of the soul, pay no attention to worldly wisdom and consideration. It may be just the wrong thing, and set an example. So there's been an overall success, and we have to kind of lift ourselves up by realizing that success and basing our efforts upon it, and having joy in it, and our radiation of joy because of that success, regardless of apparent obstacles in the present moment. We have to take Master Moria's pronouncement and find our own individual and group way to work it out. Obstacles are possibilities, he says. When will you finally learn, he says, that obstacles are possibilities? The three groups to which I earlier referred require a word of comment, and they were added, They were added later. And what have we got here? Okay, let's see what we have. What do we have? What do we have? Here they are. Yep, psychological, philosophical, psychological, financial. And the earlier ones, cultural, political, religious, and scientific, maybe a little, well, in two cases, things are quite inward, philosophical and psychological. And we have things maybe I cannot make a discrimination based on inwardness and outwardness. We just have three being added later, even though he says that the philosophical gesture is just about completed, and those who are or were the philosophers will become instead cosmologists. The psychological has more to go, and we have big things to do in financial distribution, which is acceptable in general to the consciousness of humanity. So here's that, here are those seven, and now he's going to tell us about the three, philosophical, psychological, financial, which were added later. Okay. The three groups, I'd like to comment on that. He says, their work is curiously different to that of the other groups, and their ranks are recruited from all the ray groups, though the members of the third group, that of the financiers, are found primarily upon the seventh ray, that of a ceremonial organization, and we might ask, well, what about the third ray? And I think, the two financial rays are very much the third and the seventh, but he talks about big changes being brought about by those on the seventh ray who control the things by which men live. In order of their emergence, they are the groups of philosophers, psychologists, and now he changes it, businessmen. He doesn't just call them financiers, he calls them businessmen. Or we would say these days, business persons, or those people who are in business. It's not just men, for sure. Okay, so, taking the, gosh, why am I forgetting that? The cultural groups. Yeah, here it is. Cultural, political, religious, and scientific. CPR. So the CPR, you apply CPR, don't you, for the rescue? CPR and CPRS. Cultural, political, religious, and scientific. and then philosophical and psychological and financial. CPR, apply CPR to society, because as he says, in no uncertain terms and in a way which is almost frightening given our present situation, that capitalism has emerged and wrecked the world. Well, it is materialistic thought, and it does not look ahead, and it's very selfish. It's not considering the welfare of the whole, and it's all based on mistaken identity, thinking that you are that little thing called a personality. The veils have not lifted. Capitalism has emerged and wrecked the world. There are other ways of wrecking the world too. Totalitarianism in general, fascism, Nazism, all of these have had their day in attempting to wreck the world. The group of philosophers of more modern date are already powerfully molding thought, whilst the ancient schools of Asiatic philosophers are just beginning to influence Western ideas. Well, that influence has spread widely. And let's just say when the 60s came, there was a big influence. So let's just say big, that's bog, isn't it? Bog is not big, unless the bog is big. Okay, so let's just say big influence in the 1960s and onward. Through analysis, correlation, and synthesis, the thought power of man is developed, and the abstract mind can be unified with the concrete, and this is one of the main goals of the philosophers. Through their work, therefore, that interesting sensitivity of man, with its three outstanding characteristics of instinct, intellect, and intuition, is brought to a condition of intelligent coordination. So, the philosophers are involved in what's called, in the process by which three minds unite. Whatever those three minds may be, and they look different under different, in different contexts. Instinct relates man to the animal world, as it's sort of an unconscious knowledge which drives the organism forward without reflection. Intellect unites him to his fellow men, whilst the intuition reveals to him the life of divinity. So all of these are going to be synthesized under the philosophical gesture, the philosophical movement. Even so, even though it's almost run its course per se, and there will be, the philosophically inclined, but they will be working more with the facts of the matter as cosmology reveals. All these three are the subject matter of philosophical investigation, where the theme of the philosophers is the nature of reality and the meaning of knowledge. So the theme of the philosophers, check and see, are you a philosopher? Are you interested in what DK points out here as the theme of the philosophers? Okay. The theme of the philosophers is the nature of reality and the meaning of knowledge. The world of meaning has to be entered, and it can be entered in a philosophical manner. Here we go again. It's telling me I can't save, it does that. And my hope is that if I change my number, I'll be okay. Let's see what happens. And right, 1457. Yes, I'm right on target there. Okay. Well, philosophy, through the enrichment coming from the Asiatic thinkers, will take on a different aspect. But when we're dealing with the nature of reality, that is a very great subject. And the Upanishad philosophers, really, the Vedantists, they really got into that. And I guess every philosopher is thinking about what is the nature of reality, those who are cultivating the abstract mind. And maybe it's not so much the means of knowledge here, but the meaning of knowledge, but the means of knowledge is the nature of reality. And so the means of knowledge determines how we approach understanding the nature of reality. I said meaning before, but that too is important for the philosopher. What is meaning? And maybe meaning is based upon relationship, upon relativity. The two most modern groups are the psychologists who work under the Delphic conjunction man know thyself, and the financiers who are the custodians of the means whereby man can live upon the physical plane. Okay, so these are important modern presentations of the Great Quest. There's so much buried in our subconscious, so much. We don't know even who we are or where we've been, and we don't have anywhere near the complete view. We have a hint here or there that we might have spent time and gone through learning in various contexts, but to see our chain of lives, as the Buddha under the Bodhi tree is said to have seen his chain of lives, this is a long way from almost all of us, wouldn't you say? So, man, know thyself, thy superconscious self, thy subconscious self, when it comes to thy normal conscious self. Maybe one can know a little more clearly. And the financiers who make it possible really to live on the earth, seventh ray, third ray. There are means, we need food, we need shelter, we need clothing. We have various needs to keep us here in the body, so to speak. These two groups necessarily, and in spite of apparent divergences and differences, are more synthetic in their foundational aspect. If you look on page, 41 or so of Dina 2, the chakras involved here, you'll see there's 4 chakras for the group of psychologists. I think there are 4 chakras for the financiers as well. And I think, let's see, page 41. Will this be it? Yeah, it is it. So beginning with the psychologists, 4 centers to use, then the financiers, group 9, head, heart, throat, sacral center. Both of them have head and heart. Group 10 also head and heart. These are in a way the magicians, the manifestors, the synthesizers. Head, heart, sacral center, which has to do with materialization, and the center at the base of the spine. So all of the latter 3 have 4 centers active. This is the group of creative workers, and they are involved with the magical process. Number 10, interesting, head, heart, sacral, and base of the spine. They find ways to materialize their ideals. And sacral and base of the spine are very much involved in that materialization. This is a C group project, 275 years, maybe only not even 100 years of it has elapsed yet. So, we have another couple of 100 years roughly of the project, and I'm sure we will be involved, and these groups will continue on from that impulse in the early 16th century, and will help make great changes in the group age of Aquarius. Uh, so they are more synthetic in their foundational aspect than any of the others. Well, they have 4 chakras active and more synthetic in their foundational aspects anyway. They pull many things together. One group concerns itself with mankind, with the varying types of humanity, the mechanism employed, the vehicles and their distinctions, and man's urges, which are instinctual, characteristics, which are ray characteristics and astrological characteristics, and with the purpose, apparent or hidden, of his being. So let's just say it's always doing that. These psychologists find the motive for incarnation and even for the great pilgrimage of the monad. The other group, okay, so, and they are more of the academic and theosophically trained type, the Tibetan tells us. And maybe some of us feel a kinship with this group and with a number of groups. I think it may be possible to cross lines and work partially in a number of groups and not be confined only to one. The other group controls and orders the means whereby he exists, controlling all that can be converted into energy and constituting a dictatorship over all modes of intercourse, commerce, and exchange. If we don't have the means of using what keeps us here, we can't stay here, So we are, the financiers, in a way, hold us in incarnation. They control the means by which we live on the physical plane. They control the multiplicity of form, objects, which modern man regards as essential to his mode of life. Well, maybe I think we can say that not all of these objects, etc., are really necessary to keep man here, but some definitely are. Money, as I have said before, is only crystallized energy or vitality. It signals the release of energy or vitality to accomplish certain ends. So it's involved with the power of materialization of the divine plan when properly used. What the Oriental student calls pranic energy is the concretization of etheric force. It is therefore vital energy externalized, and this form of energy is under the direction of the financial group. And the power to materialize what you are, what you want, what you think should be materialized is somewhat controlled by this symbol we call money. Now, maybe you're completely self-sufficient and you can do everything yourself, but usually there's an interdependency in the human race, and when we want to get anything of significance manifested, materialized, we do need others, and we have to measure the degree to which they are willing to expend energy through the use of this symbol that we call money. So this vital form of energy, it is therefore vital energy externalized, and it's under the direction of the financial group. They are the latest group in point of date, and their work, it should be borne in mind, is most definitely planned by the hierarchy. So hierarchy, let's say, I'm going to say something radical here. Hierarchy values the symbol, which money is, and uses it, and uses it for higher purposes. They are bringing about effects upon the earth which are most far-reaching. I'm looking at some of these amazing buildings, architecturally. They are climbing towards the sky, and they are very innovative. And I'm thinking, well, it took a lot of money to manifest, to materialize these ideas. It's this seventh ray and third ray area is very related to the question of idea and ideals. What idea as ideals shall be brought into sensory visibility? Which ones? Do we choose wisely? Do we choose inclusively? Do we manifest those which really contribute to the greatest good of the greatest number? Or do we have strictly a personal and selfish attitude towards the possibility of manifesting? Do we manifest things that just please ourselves and have no larger value? It's a question. Well, here we are again at 2 hours, roughly. I have to be rough. You never know when my chronometer is going to quit on me. Just going to take a tiny break, and I will be back. We'll continue, at least hopefully for 3 hours. Okay, friends, now going on. Looks like we've spent about 2 hours so far. Have to take little breaks here to get things done. So we're talking about particularly the additional 3 groups, the philosophical, which has almost made its contribution and will turn into cosmologists, as we've been told elsewhere, and the psychological, to know what is deeply in man, and that's the 8th C group, and deal with the quality of ideas that are exchanged between human beings. And then the financial group, the latest group perhaps, that has what is said here, a kind of a dictatorial control over the things by which human beings live, dictatorship over all modes of intercourse, commerce, and exchange. So we're going on with the effects of that very significant conclave which occurred in the early 16th century. And here we are 600 years later. Where's the wisdom? No, 500 years. 500 years later, I was thinking of the 2125 date when we actually enter the age of Aquarius quite free from the Piscean influence. So now that centuries have elapsed since the conclave in the 16th century, early 16th century, these external groups have played their part and performed most notable service. The results achieved have been a stage where they are internationally effective, and their influence is not confined to one nation or race. I mean, pretty well these days, whatever discovery is made by human beings spreads all over the world rapidly if it's of value. The hierarchy is now faced with another situation that requires careful handling. You can see how they think, They certainly think of humanity as a whole and of the planet as a whole. They must gather up and weld together the various threads of influencing energy and the differing trends of thought power which the work of the groups since the year 1500 have produced. Right, so this is a requirement, and what's involved, well, we have certain words here, but we don't know how in fact they gather these things up. Gather up and weld together the various threads of influencing energy. Obviously, this is a kind of an occult method that they use, and the differing trends of thought power, which the work of the groups since the year 1500 have produced. They have also to offset some of the effects which are tending towards further differentiation. And we have seen those effects actually work out quite disastrously in certain wars that have been fought and empires that have been established, and conflicts in general, separatistic relations, or if you can call them relations, separatistic attitudes, these things. So, yeah, they have also now to offset some of the effects which are tending towards a further differentiation. And, in fact, there was a lot of that before World War I, and DK said that as a result of the fighting of that war, many situations which would have made it impossible for humanity to advance have been alleviated. Humanity just couldn't go forward with the crystallized condition of rulers and the ruled, of those who were endowed and those who were bereft. Humanity could not go forward, and the crystallizations had to be broken up. Some of the old empires, I think the Austro-Hungarian Empire was broken. The Ottoman Empire was broken, and these were obstacles on the path to peace. Of course, the war did go underground, as we learned, because what we had there was only an armistice. It was not a real resolution. It was a cessation of hostilities. This must inevitably be so when force is brought into contact with the material world. In other words, let's just say, even if we have a higher force, differentiation is always possible instead of unification. And we're still dealing with that right now. There are forces of differentiation and fragmentation at work now, egotistically trying to separate one nation from another. And there is also an internationalism, a globalism, a high ideal, though much criticized by those forces of separation. So the battle is between the unification promised by the Aquarian Age and sort of the last-ditch fight of materialism, which seeks through competitive means to exalt the part over the whole. Initial impulses have in them potency for good and for evil. We don't know how things will work out even when a strong energy impacts the conditions of our world. As long as the form remains of secondary importance and relatively negligible, we call it good. Now that's interesting. The effect is good. When at this stage of our evolution, form is not overly emphasized. Secondary importance, because we've lived through so many millions of years when the third aspect of divinity, form, was considered of the greatest importance. It is materialistic attitude. Then the idea and not its expression controls. As time elapses and the energy of the thought makes its impact upon matter, the lesser minds seize upon the peculiar or the particular type of energy or are vitalized by it, and then evil begins to make its presence felt. So we have to say that evil is the imposed limitation, um, impressed by lesser minds. Maybe that's one definition, but evil is limitation. Okay. Then the idea and not its expression controls. The materialistic attitude simply prevents us from seeing all that is there, and then based upon our limited vision, we proceed to act. And because we cannot consider the wholeness, our actions cause difficulty for many within the field. And then it's bad, it's evil. So anyway, when a powerful energy makes its impact, and eventually, as time elapses, there's Saturn for us, lesser minds seize upon that particular type of energy or a reduction of it or a misapplication of it, and they are vitalized by it, the lesser minds, and then evil begins to make its presence felt. And, sometimes I think, being an American and witnessing some of the high points in evolution that were in evidence in America, I'm also aware that, as the Tibetans said, some of the far less developed human beings have begun to incarnate in America, and even in large numbers. And so, naturally, they would have less in their mental understanding, be more driven by the emotions, more easily led by demagoguery, and could fall into evil directions. I think it's happening even now. Anyway, let's see when you, the listener, the viewer, actually are hearing this. If it's in another 10 years, things will have changed. So anyway, evil makes its presence felt. What is it sometimes said of evil is the good that should have been outlived? It always has to do with not moving forward in rhythm according to the divine plan and entering some sort of stasis or stuckness and being like a rock in the river. They may look beautiful, but you don't want your boat to hit the rock. You want the boat to flow along with the stream. So this finally demonstrates that selfishness, separativeness, pride, and those characteristics which have produced so much harm in the world. A general insensitivity to the welfare of one's brother or sister. This has resulted from the degeneration of the original impulse. About 17 years ago, now let's see, I guess this is after. See, we're here somewhere in the late 20s, and if we're in the late 20s, then 17 years ago would take us into the teens of the 20th century. Maybe we can find out exactly when certain of these lesson sets were written. But the idea is, I think, this is quite specific. in the 20th century and in the teens of the 20th century. So I think even if we had reached the year 1930, it would already be 1913. So this is somehow a little before the First World War, perhaps. About 17 years ago, the masters met and came to a momentous decision. Just as it had been decided at the earlier conclave, do we mean the one in 1500 or 1525, or do we mean the one immediately before the conclave of 1925? If we add 17 years to 1925, we have 1942, but I don't think this was written that late. It's part of a book which appeared early on. Just as it had been decided at the earlier conclave to gather out of the inchoate masses of men groups of workers along various lines. So I think we are talking about the conclave of 1500 or 1525. Anyway, a hierarchical decision at that early part of the 16th century, and set them the task of elevating humanity, known in the soul, of course, even if the outer man does not realize the full impact of his decision, inner decision, and expanding the human consciousness. So these groups were to elevate humanity and expand human consciousness. So now it was felt wise to gather out of the many groups a group which should contain, as does the hierarchy itself, men of all races, of all types and tendencies. We might call this intention the seed of the new group of world servers. This group has a specific mission, and some of the facts about it might be stated as follows. Now, unless this particular section in White Magic was part of a different book and then written later and then interpolated into the White Magical book, it seems to put us back into the early part of the, early part of the 20th century. 1903 was the Great Decision. Add 17 years to that, you have 1920, and that would have been too early for this to have been written. So we can't come up with the exact date at which this particular section was written. Probably somewhere there are papers, it's hard to say, of Alice Bailey's typing, and the exact day and date on which this all was received. But we get the idea. Maybe we'll be able to infer from what is said further. So all races, all types, all tendencies. This group has a specific mission, and some of the facts about it might be stated as follows. It is first of all an attempt at an externalization of the hierarchy upon the physical plane, or a small working replica of this essentially subjective body. And let's remember, as we look at this chart particularly, that disciples, initiates, and even probationers are all within this indigo circle of hierarchy. And so there can be, at a lower vibration, a kind of replica or externalization of in group form of those who are associated closely with hierarchy. This is not the externalization of the hierarchy as we talk about it as an impending and great event during which the masters will appear, but it's kind of a small harmonious replica of those of lesser achievement working together subjectively and then also out on the physical plane, maybe unknown to each other personally. Its members are all in physical bodies, but must work entirely subjectively. Now you kind of wonder, do you relinquish your membership in the New Group of World Servers when you die? It wouldn't seem correct, but I'll just ask the question. Does one relinquish membership in the New Group of World Servers upon death? I would say, well, probably not. Subjectively, thus utilizing the inner subjective apparatus and the intuition. This is how these people, these servers, are linked together by an inner structure of thought and access to the same intuitive currents which carry the truth and carry a good replica of the divine plan. It is to be composed of men and women of all nations and ages, but each one must be spiritually oriented and must be conscious. All must be conscious servers. All must be mentally polarized, or at least mentally focused, because he technically defines mental polarization as occurring at the midway points between the second and third degree, and probably not all of these people are yet at that stage. And all must be mentally polarized and alert, and all must be inclusive. So these are, let's call them, requirements for membership in the New Group of World Servers. All nations, all ages, spiritual orientation, conscious servers, good mentality, focused mentality, alert to global conditions, I suppose, and all must be inclusive rather than separative and exclusive. Right there, if people adhere to the great heresy of separateness and they consider it a good thing, as so many of these members of these parading hate groups do now, we know that they cannot be members of the New Group of World Servers. They cannot be affiliated with the Great White Brotherhood, the spiritual hierarchy of our planet. One of the essential conditions imposed upon the personnel of the group is that they must be willing to work without recognition on subjective levels. Well, that's one of the things we have to overcome. This desire for recognition is the third elimination. The third elimination before getting into Rule 11 for disciples and initiates is the elimination of all demand for recognition. So that's the very, very first thing. And if we have, well, one can have, of course, a prominent personality and work out there and be recognized, but it's a question of whether one really desires that or not, or if it's just simply an incidental to one's work and how one is carrying that out. They must work behind the scenes, as do the great ones. And DK explains how the great ones have started many initiatives, but the disciples get the credit, and that's okay with them, But they work without any desire for special recognition, as they say, singled out for honorable mention, singled out for special recognition is the following. And recognition is the turning of the energy of many upon you, which has a reinforcing effect. It makes you more of a person, feel like you're more of a person, and makes your identity feel more solidly established. Anyway, its members therefore must be free from all taint of ambition and from all pride of race and of accomplishment. They must be also sensitively aware of their fellow men and of their thoughts and conditioning environments. So here we have, further requirements. Yeah, further. Sounds like quite strong demands when one considers the state of various personalities, even in the spiritual field today. So, more requirements. Free from ambition. Frequently, some time before the second initiation, ambition can seize one. Maybe some kind of spiritual ambition, or the ambition to be, the Messiah complex in the field of religion or the field of politics. It's the exaltation of the little self rather than the welfare of the whole. So it still deals, or is based upon a misidentification. All pride of race has to go. That's simply a form of self-aggrandizement and sensitivity to one's fellow human beings, sensitivity to their thoughts, sensitivity to the kind of environment in which they live. There's not pride and hardness and some of those things that found in the negative use of the Capricorn energy. It's amazing how many of the Nazis had a powerful Capricorn, maybe Capricorn moon, or maybe other factors in their chart. I was reading about Hideki Tojo, a real warlord in the Second World War in Japan, and he was a Capricorn, one of those examples of a very hard, cruel demonstration. The cruelty of the Japanese in that war in the early phases seemed even worse than, well, a little more dramatic perhaps than that of the Germans, but well, they were certainly, it seems, equal in cruelty. And Tojo knew all about this, and he sanctioned it, and his policy was kind of a no mercy policy. So there are some powerful people, but they don't carry the love energy, and they demand recognition. At one point, it seemed like he held every important office or position in the whole country. He just accumulated power, and eventually it was all taken from him, and he was rejected, completely rejected, and finally hanged by the Allies. So anyway, this group, at this point, he hasn't really called it the new group of world servers, but he has sort of talked about the roots of it 17 years before this was written, and it was written in the late 20s, and maybe some overlap in the early 30s. I'd have to find a way to check that. But then, he gave a lot of the 1930s to the writing of the first parts of the 5-part treatise called the Treatise on the Seven Rays. So Esoteric Psychology 1 and 2 and Esoteric Astrology had to be written in those days. And there were more, of course, later. The Healing book and the Rays and Initiations all came later and were gathered later and really weren't available to the students in some cases before the late 50s or early 60s even. So it is a group that has no esoteric organization of any kind. Should that be, again, something seems wrong. That's all I can say. Is that exoteric? It seems, because there is an esoteric kind of affiliation or subjective unity, and simply by looking at the material that has been put into the CD-ROM, uh, unless we check against the books themselves, assuming there are no typos there, we're not going to know whether the CD-ROM has typos. It certainly does, but where they are, and then of course this is copied from the CD-ROM, so it's pretty identical. It is a group that has no esoteric. I'm going to just put that in, but obviously it's been copied. It is a group which has no esoteric. Well, let's see here. Treatise on White Magic. No. Let me try again. It is a group. That has. It's just a simple word, that. Okay. Okay. Well, there it is. The word esoteric is there. Is it correct? Because these things sound like exoteric factors. Organization, headquarters, publicity. It sounds like that word should be exoteric. And even so, you don't know when you go to the original, to the book, because these things had to be written down, and little mistakes like this, if this is a mistake, looks like a mistake, could be easily glossed over. Anyway, to me, it has no exoteric organization of any kind, no headquarters, that's exoteric, no publicity, that's exoteric, no group name, except we might say, except eventually the new group of world servers. It is a band of brothers, a band of obedient workers, obey the inner impulses of the soul, right? It is a band of obedient workers and servers of the word of the soul, the directives of that higher state of consciousness we call the soul, obedient to their own souls and to group need. All true servers everywhere therefore belong to this group, whether their line of service is, again, cultural, political, scientific, religious, and then philosophical, psychological, or financial. Okay. Oop. It's going to be easy to lose that, isn't it? So let's make it bigger, and we'll distinguish, again, for the sake of impressing the idea, the first four from the latter three. Okay. All true servers everywhere. You know, generally speaking, the members of this group are to keep their eyes open for those who may be passing through the first or second initiation. So that assumes a generally higher spiritual status, but then sometimes we're using the term new group of world servers in a loose and general way, and sometimes very specifically in terms of its membership. They constitute part of the inner group of workers for humanity and of the world, mystics, whether they know it or not. And they're more inclined to be to be the intellectual mystics, and that is a blending of the third and the sixth ray, or the third, fifth, and the second and sixth rays. They will be thus recognized by their fellow group members when contacted in the casual ways of world intercourse. We have to ask ourselves. We ask ourselves, we ask ourselves, who really is a true server? And, we know the identifying characteristics. There's a certain humility, a sense of proportion, an endurance and industriousness, a willing self-sacrifice for greater values, in fact, a spiritual, hierarchically spiritual sense of values. We have ideas as to what constitutes a true server. It's basically based upon selflessness rather than ambition and selfishness. That's not service, even though some of the outer contributions of such people may seem very good. It's not, from the motive point of view, true service. Service really is the spontaneous radiation of soul energy, a clear mind, a lucid mind, a lumined mind, and a loving heart, and the radiation that come from those things. So the question to ourselves is, do we recognize the true server? This group gives to the word spiritual a wide significance, and we remember DK telling us that one of the really amazing victories of the Black Lodge is to have defined spirituality in such a way that many human beings believe that only through the church can you be spiritual. So they've cut off the possible recognition of spirituality in the other ashramic areas. And that, of course, means less effectiveness. So anyway, according to hierarchy, the word spiritual has a wide significance, and it generally has to do with the possibility of elevating the consciousness and the capacity of human beings, and even, of the members of the other kingdoms. Maybe there are those who work very much with the other kingdoms of nature. Those kingdoms too need to be elevated, and the work that is done can be considered spiritual without at all being considered religious. So, it's quite a good definition, isn't it? Coming at the beginning of the launching of the sort of new incarnation of this group. They believe it to mean an inclusive endeavor towards human betterment, uplift, and understanding. They give it the connotation of tolerance, international synthetic communion. I see some wonderful people here in Finland who are constantly traveling to other countries and sharing the customs and the lifestyle of the other people in the other countries, and doing so in such an honoring, appreciative way. It's very touching, really. That's quite popular, that approach here in Finland, and these people are apparently not religious, but they have such a wide embrace of humanity and of the other kingdoms, and they validate the culture to which they travel. I also saw one individual who was somehow self-centered and somehow making fun of certain customs, and just a world of difference between the two that I recognize as honoring uh, divergent cultures, and someone who, it was too small to do that. So they believe it to mean an inclusive endeavor towards human betterment, and I would add other aspects. I mean, someone like Luther Burbank, who worked with the plants, and was it Jean? What's the lady? Goodall or some word like that, who worked with the mountain gorillas, and was she one who even sacrificed her life to do that? That's spiritual too. Inclusive endeavor towards human betterment here, uplift and understanding. They give it the connotation of tolerance, international synthetic communion, such a respect from country to country for the customs of the different countries. Now, there's some customs you cannot respect. I mean, there's something that goes on up in the northern islands near Scotland, north of Scotland, and where they're, mindlessly slaughtering dolphins every year. It seems just for the fun of it. It's really a bloodbath. You can't respect that. It's a tradition, but you cannot respect it, and you have to do everything you can to get rid of it. The predations upon various animal populations, the poachers that are killing the rhinos and the elephants and bringing them dangerously near extinction. Imagine a world with no elephants. Now, that would be a crushing blow, considering they're the sort of head of the second-ray kingdom within the animal kingdom, second-ray line. Religious inclusiveness and all trends of thought which concern the esoteric development. Now, this is the meaning, very beautiful meaning of the word spiritual. Yes, so I have to read it again. They believe it to mean an inclusive endeavor towards human betterment. I would just have to add planetary betterment, uplift and understanding. They give it, the word spiritual, the connotation of tolerance. After all, it's how these people were raised and their environing conditions and their history, which have conditioned them to be as they are. International synthetic communion, that's a very beautiful phrase. And when you look at these sort of selfish ultra-nationalists, you just can't believe that such an attitude can be condoned and even happily accepted by so many thoughtless people. Religious inclusiveness, looking for the commonalities in the various world religions, and we certainly will find them. And all trends of thought which concern the esoteric development of the human being, the development of the inner human being, even in the subtle bodies, that's spiritual. So let's just say here, A, whoop, this is not a valid number, okay. A very good definition of spirituality. we it's sometimes two steps forward and one step back. It has seemed that, well, I'll speak as an American, that at certain points we were moving towards this under the right kind of guidance, and then fearful of what it might mean to the prerogatives of the personality, we suddenly move away and fall back into selfishness. It won't last, but it's very painful and destructive. So, spirituality, I just want to make that red just for the sake of boldness, a very good definition of spirituality. Okay, it is a group. He's building it up, he's not calling it anything. It is a group, therefore, without a terminology or Bible of any kind. I mean, all the members have to understand each other without some of them holding out for a creed that says, if you don't believe as I believe, I can't talk to you, you're not my friend, I have to reject you. It's not that. It is a group, therefore, without a terminology or Bible of any kind. It has no creed nor any dogmatic formulations of truth. The motivating impulse of each and all is love of God, and it works out in love for one's fellow man. Very high ideal here. And of course, as I read this, a lot has been written about the new group of world servers, but when you read it in this particular form, it's quite a build-up, because he doesn't call it by a name. He doesn't say, this is the new group of world servers. He just talks about now, at that time, relatively rapidly integrating subjective group with very, high ideals that really do reflect or replicate the higher model, which is the hierarchy. They know the true meaning of brotherhood without distinction of race. Their lives are lives of willing service, rendered with utter selflessness and without any reservations. Let's just say, this is a high calling, and perhaps not so many can yet fulfill these requirements. But increasingly it should be possible if and when we get beyond this last ditch fight of personalism, egotism, blindness, which does not feel or know the soul. The personnel of the group is known only to the elder brothers of the race, and no basis of register of names is kept, and there are only three main requirements. Now, somewhere in these early days, I seem to remember that a few over 400 were considered as members. It's a very small number from those days. But of course, the tendency to service has grown magnificently, and really I think we're into much larger numbers now. So who are the personnel of this group? Three main requirements. And naturally, the Tibetan has presented such an attractive picture that I can't see that any one of us wouldn't want to know for certain that we were in fact members of this new group of world servers. The whole idea is very beautiful, and the idea that it's really a miniature replica of hierarchy, albeit on a lower turn of the spiral, but heading in the right direction to really represent the inner brotherhood. So number one, a certain amount of at-one-ment between the soul and its mechanism is essential, and that inner triplicity, usually dormant in the majority of soul, mind, brain, must be in alignment and active. So what we have here is inner inner requirements regarding alignment and thus access to higher energies. So, so many people still wandering in the hall of ignorance or just having entered the hall of learning, they would have no idea about what this could represent. But our inspiration does come from above, and our guidance comes from above, which is really within. And these are the requirements. The brain has to be telepathically sensitive in two directions, and it will. It must be aware of the world of souls and also of the world of men. So brain consciousness is dually focused. And we must be able to, really receive soul impulses in the brain, which means that the brain has transcended the possibility of being a rejecting wall. Well, so much of this has to be all brought down into the brain. It's one thing to say, well, I have the higher consciousness and I can exercise it in higher worlds, but ours is a redemptive mission, a pilgrimage in which we, as monads, are intended to lift aspects of a divine life which are in a lower and hampered condition. And we need a physical brain in order to do that, and we need a kind of consciousness which is high, even though operating in density. And now further, another requirement. Well, let me I'm just going to sort of underline these few things. The at one-ment between soul and its mechanism, the brain operating in two directions simultaneously. And then there must also exist a capacity for abstract or synthetic thought. And this is pretty much like the requirement for the new esoteric schools. Unless there's at least some of the antikarana functioning, if one is just too concrete-minded, one is not going to find developmental opportunities within the curriculum of the new esoteric schools. So this will enable a man to leap over racial and religious barriers. He won't take these differences as determining. So I'd like to get that straight. So certain outer differences well, okay. So this will enable a man to leap over racial and religious barriers, and when this is present also, there is an assured belief in the continuity of life and its correlation to life after death. Interesting that this is a requirement because it adjusts the sense of values. Let's just say that this belief has a beneficial effect upon one's sense of values. Well, to sum up the situation, right, so what are we looking at here? The personnel of the group, and let's call it the New Group World Servers, is known only to the elder brothers of the race, and no sort of outer register is kept, It's not specific in that way because just obeying the law will be sufficient to ensure participation. At-one-ment, telepathic awareness in two directions, and abstract or synthetic thought. Let's just say ability to enter into the abstract mind. To sum up the situation, it must be noted that the groups in the past have stood for certain aspects of truth and have demonstrated certain ray characteristics, probably with one ray dominant, but others present. The new group, now he's getting closer to a new group of world servers. The new group will express all the aspects and have in it members on all the rays. Oh, that's really important. That's really important. Just as the hierarchy expresses all the rays through the various ashrams, the majority of the workers in the many groups have carried forward certain details of the plan and added their quota of energy to the forward urge of humanity. But they have for the most part done this without any true understanding of what they were accomplishing, without any real comprehension of the body-soul relationship, which leads to really intelligent work, unless we accept a few prominent mystics, such as Meister Eckhart. Yes, a wonderful writer, a true intellectual mystic. And that's coming from medieval times, but in a way very progressive thought. They have been primarily groups of personalities with that added touch of genius, which indicates a certain contact with the soul. What is it in education in the New Age, in ENA, we discover the relationship of genius to the fifth pedal. Matter of fact, we could probably, if it's of interest to you, we probably could look at that for a moment, and we'd say genius. And genius in the pedals. Come along. Creative work can be carried forward when two of the knowledge petals of the egoic lotus are unfolded. That's even in the Hall of Ignorance. The man can produce through knowledge and creative energy something upon the physical plane which will be expressive of the soul's creative power. When two of the love petals are also unfolded, 4 and 5, I guess, then genius makes his appearance. This is a technical piece of information for those students who are studying the science of the ageless wisdom, but is of no value to those who do not recognize symbology or the fact of the higher ego or soul. So isn't that interesting? Two petals and genius. But the opening of any petal, well, it takes time. Okay. Right. Interesting, right? Because genius has been held out as the sort of acme of human development, but it's not. Beyond it lies service, selflessness, sacrifice, identification, unity, love, identification, initiation, all these higher aspects. Humanity just hasn't gone far enough in understanding what it can um, be capable of. Right. The group that is now in process of formation is composed of those who are aware of the fact of the soul, by whatever name they call it, have established a soul intercourse that is real and lasting. They look upon the mind, emotions, and body nature simply as equipment whereby human contacts can be established, and their work as they see it is to be carried forward through the medium of this equipment acting under direction of the soul. So let's just say by, let's see, the thing to do here. Okay. By whatever name they call it, members of this group are soul aware. They are therefore living souls working through personalities and not personalities actuated by occasional soul impulses. And this tells us something of their status. The members of the many groups were all somewhat one-sided, and their talents ran along some specific line, some specific ray line primarily. They demonstrated a capacity to write, as Shakespeare, to paint like a Da Vinci, to produce musical masterpieces like a Beethoven, and to bring about world changes like a Napoleon. So, fourth ray, fourth ray, fourth ray, and rays 1 and 4 for Napoleon. But the new type of group worker is a rounded out individual with the capacity to do almost anything to which he sets his hand, but with a basic impulse to network on thought levels more than on the physical plane. And I'm wondering if network is correct. I don't think it is. I think it's work. It seems to me I remember that. To work on thought levels more than on the physical plane. He is therefore of use to the hierarchy as he can be used in a variety of ways, for his flexibility and experience and his stability of contact can all be subordinated to the group requirements. So I'll emphasize the idea that the new group worker is a rounded out individual. Okay. Of course, if we had people that really could operate as a Da Vinci or a Beethoven or a Shakespeare, that would be very good. And maybe in the new Renaissance that is coming. It looks like we've done about another hour. He is therefore of use to the hierarchy as he can be used in a number of ways. So we're dealing with the new group of world servers, and I'm just going to go on. I know this is a long program, but I really need to save time if I possibly can. The capacity to do almost anything, he sets his hand to, a rounded out individual, and not someone who's just good at what he's good at, which, of course, in certain cases is very good for the race. If Shakespeare had not written, if Da Vinci had not painted, if Beethoven had not composed, I know less about Napoleon. He did bring about big changes, but he fell victim to that, to his Leo sunshine, I guess, and the Scorpio ascendant. He didn't overcome the Leo, and he became emperor, and brooking no authority, he crowned himself, as the story goes. He is therefore of use. Okay, so we're learning all about the new group of world servers and how one can be a member of it. The true exponent of this new group type will, of course, not appear for many decades. Let's call it the truly Aquarian server. Maybe even not yet. He will be a true Aquarian with a universal touch. I'm reminded of Sir Thomas More, a what's it called? A man for all seasons. He was an Aquarian. So many utopians tend to be Aquarian. Sir Francis Bacon with his New Atlantis Aquarian, and Sir Thomas More, yes, and who am I forgetting? There is another very, very important one other than Plato, and you begin to wonder about Plato, whether there was the Aquarian impulse there as he wrote his Republic. They have that view to the future. They can see the possibilities. So there was one more just slipped my mind, but a powerful utopian who was also born in Aquarius. So this is Aquarius is the sign of universality. He will have the universal touch, and that rounding out that makes him equal to many, many different kinds of challenges and under many environmental and circumstantial conditions. Universal touch and intense sensitivity, not hard and repelling, a highly organized mental apparatus, that's Aquarian, and astral equipment, which is primarily responsive to the higher spiritual vibrations, and of that Aquarius is certainly possible, a powerful and controlled energy body, and certainly with Gemini, Aquarius rules that vital body, and a sound physical body, though not robust in the ordinary use of the term. So, the description of the true Aquarian or universal server. This is coming, especially as the seventh ray provides us with that kind of energy which will help build stronger bodies, but stronger vital bodies and more resilient physical bodies, as we've been told. So things will improve in terms of our stamina and our refinement. Sounds like a lot of requirements, doesn't it? But there are people for whom this is possible. I wonder. Well, I don't think Each one of these three wrote a utopia: Plato, Sir Francis, and Francis Bacon, and Sir Thomas. They all wrote a utopia. They all envisioned that which might be. There are probably others, and it will be interesting to see whether the Aquarian vibration was there. I mean, Krishnamurti was born under Aquarius. He didn't write a utopia, but certainly he was forward-looking as to the type of human being which had to appear. What then is the present situation in connection with the integrating group of mystics? He's building his case, isn't he? Without coming out and calling them just yet the new group of world servers. I remember this is written, maybe 90 years ago. And already it was definitely in progress, in process. Where are we now, 90 years later? We'll be getting that from the Tibetan in his installment, his next and highly anticipated installment. Yet we have so much to assimilate, even from what's been given. We've hardly assimilated anything. And even of Blavatsky's secret doctrine and others of her writing, so much more has been given than can be contained by the mind and consciousness of the average disciple. So we really have our work cut out for us, but not unless we can apply what we learn and have our life change as a result of what we are learning. In every European country, in the United States of America, and in parts of Asia and South Africa are to be found certain disciples, maybe I guess the Union of South Africa, or, really down there, which had been colonized by the British and the Dutch. Parts of Asia, okay, it's always been, in certain of its sectors, a great source of light of the East, are found certain disciples, usually unrecognized in the world at large, but who are thinking truth. So many of the mantrams and sentences used in this esoteric study, I'm recognized, are coming from this book, a treatise on white magic. Thinking truth. It all starts there. Let me call your attention to that phrase. Unless we are honest with ourselves, unless we are truthful with ourselves, unless we are not hiding from our own gaze, we will not be among those who are thinking truth. So let me call your attention to that phrase. The most important workers in this new group, and those who are closest to the great ones, as there are, higher initiates in the new group, are those whose daily thought life is oriented by the new ideal. Be the judge of your own daily thought life. Maybe our evening review helps us with that. Are we thinking truth? Are we oriented by the new ideal, which will lead to that synthesis and brotherhood within humanity? That this thought life of theirs may work out indefinite esoteric activities may be true, but they are, first of all and always, those who live in and work from the high and secret place, which is, at first, the higher mental plane, the world of the soul. Their influence is wielded silently and quietly, and they lay no emphasis upon their personalities, upon their own views and ideas, or upon their method of carrying forth the work. We might say they put inner and higher things first. They possess a full realization of their own limitations. That's one of the hard things to admit to, and if we can't admit to our various limitations, we end up really curtailing our usefulness. They possess a full realization of their own limitations. They are seeing in the light the manner in which they are limited. Can any one of us do that? And do that not, with a long face or in an unhappy manner, but just in a factual way, recognizing what's missing, or what has to be further cultivated, or what has to be corrected. But they are not handicapped thereby, but proceed to think through into objective manifestation that aspect of the vision which it is their mission to vivify and vivify into form. Thinking things through. It's another definition in a way of meditation. So some people get depressed and sorrowful as a result of what they see, but that's just a waste of time. All have sinned, all have gone astray, all have been the victim of their own limitations. And we have to say, so what, because the road goes forward into day, and if we persist, we will enter the full light of day and be able to help others who are upon the darkened path. They are necessarily cultured and widely read, for in these difficult transitional times, they have to cultivate a world grasp of conditions and possess a general idea of what is going on in the different countries. Here we are, this writing is occurring at the time when the Black Lodge is really attacking. And what was it? Was it the 30th of January, 1933? The Nazi Party came into power in Germany, legitimately elected. And this is a book that is being written approximately at that time. People going in exactly the opposite direction of what is here indicated. They possess in truth no nationality in the sense that they regard their country and their political affiliations as of paramount importance. No nationality. Well, at least no limiting nationality. There may be a fact of what country you're born in, I suppose always for a purpose. You are born into that country, but they are not hampered thereby, and considering that their country must excel above all others. It's so primitive, so very limited, so very myopic, ignoring the holistic perception, which otherwise might be possible. They are equipped to organize slowly and steadily. It's called the wise use of slow action. That's the second-rate factor. And slowly and steadily, that public opinion, which will eventually divorce man from religious sectarianism, national exclusiveness, and racial biases. So they are broad, wide, inclusive, patient, and cultivators, we might say, of an illumined public opinion. This is different from the rabid screaming which sometimes occurs at the pulpit or at the dais, at the podium. You know, we've seen these screaming orators and demagogues attempting to appeal to that which is lowest in man, having turned their own considerable powers downward instead of upward towards future attempts at elevation. But these people are not dramatically calling attention to themselves, and thus I suppose they can work more effectively, because when attention is drawn to the personality, it can be very hampering. One by one, here and there, they are being gathered out and are gathering to them those who are free from the limitations of past political, religious, and cultural theories. You know, there's one thing left out of there. You know, we recognize the political, religious, and cultural groups that he was talking about, but you know, religions are old, and when you preserve the dogmatism as if it is useful in every context forever, it's a huge illusion. And these people are obviously free of that kind of tenacious clinging to what is old and outmoded. They, the members of the one group, are organizing these forward-looking souls into groups which are destined to bring in the new era of peace and goodwill. And we have, you know, the C groups. We have the C groups. And the new group of world servers is, is instrumental in fostering the development of the specialized serving groups. Okay. Instrumental. 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 Okay, so these groups have specialized functions, but still are consisting, I think, of rather well-rounded individuals. These groups, these latter who are being influenced by the group members and, you know, being watched for and welded into groups where they can help. These latter who are being influenced by the group members are as yet only a few thousand among the millions of men. All right. Small numbers at first, and the hierarchy is willing to watch the seed grow. So, the members already of the one group, let's say initiates at least of the second degree, who are technically members of the one group, are organizing those who can be gathered into a group of forward-looking souls that work in group formation, various groups. So there's the one group and the various groups that work out of it. As a result of it, there's the one ashram, and the various subsidiary ashrams that are organized out of the one. So the analogy, I think, is pretty accurate. So only a few thousand are being gathered out influenced by the group members. And then he says something very interesting. And out of the 400 accepted disciples working in the world at this time, it's increased more. Only about 156. And why is that number there? Sums to 12, but it looks most specific as if he's counted, you know? And out of the 400 accepted disciples working in the world at this time, only about 156 are equipped by their thought activity to form part of this slowly forming group. Well, accepted disciples are those who are operating somewhere after the first initiation, generally speaking, and maybe acceptance can come to some after the second degree, but generally it's a relationship with the master that occurs before the second degree. And to think that out of 400 accepted disciples, not many at all, at least in those days, how much more has that increased now? Maybe we'll find out with the new installment. And out of the 400 accepted disciples working in the world at this time, only about 156 are equipped by their thought activity to form part of this slowly forming group. So, let's see what we've got here. The slowly forming group is high, and apparently higher than most of those in the ranks of accepted disciples. That's interesting. Well, you know, it has something to do with having taken the second degree to be a very solid and stable member of the new group of world servers. Interesting, you know, that Taurus is the ruler of the new group of world servers, and it's the second sign, and it's a sign which is particularly useful in ridding the disciple and discipleship groups of glamour through the eye apparatus here, which Taurus rules, and which is a sign ruled by Venus, involving the Ajna center and the fifth ray, and therefore the direction of the light. So this is a peculiar statement. We just don't know where we stand now. This was, let's say, 90 years ago, before, you know, probably any of us who's reading or thinking about this was born. Where are we now? So much has happened. There have been gains, there have been losses, there's been a fight. And the fight continues and is peculiarly intense at this time of the chance for those who are affected by materialism to fight to the last ditch. Basically, those on the left-hand path fighting to the last ditch to avoid the onset of a better system of values and a better world. So, okay, that's only 156 can be of accepted disciples, can be members of that group. Well, we're dealing with old figures perhaps, and I can't help but think that out of the consciousness movement, many emerged, you know. And the whole idea that there can be initiates of the first degree numbering in their millions. Of course, we are talking about a more advanced stage because these people are very solid, steady, non-vacillating servers. These constitute the nucleus of what will one day be someday a dominant force. During the next 25 years, so let's just say up to 1950 something, their influence will become potent enough to attract political attention, provided those of you who have seen the vision of a powerful subjective body of thinking souls can speak the needed words and offer and outline those concepts which will hasten the work of integration and put the units in this group in touch with each other, which we always did, in the arcane school, trying to contact, trying to recognize the members of the new group of world servers. So do your utmost to see that this is done and make this the message and keynote of the work you all do wherever you are. So this is solid advice from the Tibetan about how to serve. So I just want to make sure that, I have this right here. So we have the members of the group that has been gathered, and the qualities of this group have been articulated here. So let's put that down. Qualities, okay. Qualities articulated here. They're being gathered out of and are gathering to them. So they're being gathered, I suppose, under the impulse of hierarchy and under their own power and consciousness are gathering to them those who are free from the limitations of the past in the fields of politics, religion, culture. They, the members of the one group, are organizing these forward-looking souls. So this is the new group of world servers gathering in possibly future members who, from the men and women of goodwill, presumably, who are destined to bring in the new era of peace and goodwill. Now, the group is already established, and there are already members, but those who are being gathered out to possibly be members of the already established group number only a few thousands, and I suppose includes some accepted disciples, maybe 400, because there are 400 in the world at that time. But of those 400, only 156 can form part of the group, and others who are not accepted disciples, well, they are also being gathered, and maybe some of them can here and there be members of this group. So the new group of world servers, depending on how strictly we define its scope, if we define it loosely, has men and women of goodwill involved in it. If we define it tightly, we have members who are second-degree initiates and beyond, who are forming a nucleus. But I think he's telling us that it's a high requirement, and even if you're an accepted disciple, you might not be able to be a member of this group. Remember that the accepting of disciples generally is occurring before the second initiation, and the very, very solid members of this group have achieved beyond the second initiation. So these 156 accepted disciples, maybe they will make particular progress and they will constitute the nucleus. These, and let's ask the accepted disciples, constitute the nucleus of what will someday be a dominant force. Well, are the true members of the new group of world servers beyond the stage of accepted disciple? Probably not entirely, because it's only at the third initiation that you cease to be an accepted disciple technically and become an initiate. In any case, the standard is high, inclusive, light, intelligence, love, sacrificial will, all required to be members of this group, not just to have a few altruistic impulses and say, wouldn't it be nice if people were treated in this way or that way. You have to roll up your sleeves, dig in, persist, work subjectively with the impress of the divine plan. You live at a high point of tension to be a true member of the new group of world servers. What should therefore be the work of the immediate present? Okay, for this group, he has not yet, at least I haven't remembered him so far, naming this group the new group of world servers. But later he does. He just calls it the group. Began around, well, the seeds of it began around 1500, 1525. There have been one-sided or very specialized groups at work that have raised humanity's possibilities along the, well, it's just, here we are again. I'm looking for those along cultural, political, I'd left out scientific, along cultural, political, scientific, and religious lines, and add to that philosophical, psychological, or financial, and then go into the C groups and come out with even more detail. So what began in the 16th century has continued until it became possible to form a new group which was very inclusive and mutually supportive and learning from each other, assisting each other, and generally interested in human betterment and finally planetary betterment. I'm sure that these days we find many members of the new group of world servers, that's the sound, many members of the new group of world servers who are working with this very serious problem of the degradation of the environment. So it's not just the helping of humanity. Obviously, humanity will be greatly helped if the environment holds its integrity, and so will all the other kingdoms. Things have changed, but the seventh ray approach to ecological balance and the control of the elements, this has become urgent, prominent, necessary. So what therefore should be the work of the immediate present? Well, all right. The first thing to be done is to strengthen the ties and establish firmly the link between yourselves and all those whom you recognize as possible working disciples in the new group. So we're told, to strengthen the hands of the new group of world servers. That's one of the ways that this kind of service is named. And let me get my blue bracket here again. I always remember that statement. Strengthen the hands of the new group of world servers, GTH. To do this, acquaint yourselves with the work of the leaders of groups in the various countries of the world, such as Switzerland. I wonder why he mentions that first. It has a great democratic tradition. It did manage to stay neutral during the Second World War, which had not yet occurred when this was written. Acquaint yourself with the work of the leaders of the groups in the various countries. Switzerland, the United States, I think they all have something of Aquarius in them. Holland does. But Germany is included at this point, as let's just say that the Nazi Party had not yet taken over, being voted in, and Great Britain. From their reaction to the vision of this new age type of work, you can then make a temporary decision. So dialogue with the leaders, that's what is required, of groups in various countries. Why did he choose these? One became a terrible danger, and others were able to uphold some high standard for humanity. Watch them at their work. Note the emphasis laid by them upon personalities. If personal ambition seems to govern their activities, if their position is one of a determination to work in the group of mystics because of its novelty, or because it gives them a certain standing, or because it intrigues their imagination, or gives them scope for gathering people around them, then proceed no further, but preserving silence, leave time and law to correct their attitudes. So he is placing definite responsibilities upon the disciples closest to him with regard to the members, regard to potential members of the new group of world servers. So what should therefore be the immediate work? So let me put that down, immediate work ahead, and from our vantage point now, we can see, have we actually performed this work? Okay, let's see. Now next, secondly, be receptive towards those who seek you out and seem to vibrate to the same note. When I say you, I mean the group to which you all subjectively belong. So let's say receptive and welcoming. Usually, anyway. So people will, I'm sure, those of us who have been in the field for quite a long time have the experience of people coming to us and saying, okay, what can we do? And how we handle those approaches, that's very important. When I say you, I mean the group to which you all subjectively belong. They will come if you work with decision and sound out the note of unity so clearly that they are in no doubt as to your motives and your disinterested activity, certainly not self-interested. In other words, we have to be magnetic. Some of the 156 who form the present nucleus of the new group of world servers, because they are accepted disciples, apparently, will be known to you and will work in unison with you, though maybe not in your peculiar field of action. Well, we're dealing with specific numbers, and because we are dealing with specific numbers, we have the sense that what is being said here is very accurate. DK is accurate with his numbers. If he tells us that usually most human beings eat 4 times too much, he's not saying 2 times, 3 times, or 5 times, he's saying 4 times. So you have the sense that he is really making a judgment based upon accurate perception. And when he uses a number like, in those days, 156, it seems to come from accurate observation and perception. So there are 156, and let's see how he deals with that term again. There are people being gathered out, and there are only a few thousand among the millions. And out of the 400 accepted disciples working in the world at this time, only about 156 are equipped by their thought activity to form part of the slowly forming group, and apparently these have an important and prominent subjective position within the new group of world servers. So that's something to remember from those days. The 400 accepted disciples, the 156 of them who are within the new group of world servers, and probably much is expected of them because, as I say, you can be an accepted disciple all the way up to the 3rd degree. And so given that true and solid members of the new group are 2nd degree initiates, some of these 156 would be in that position, and maybe relatively high in that position. Even 3rd degree initiates and those beyond may somehow be inspiring and impelling with respect to this new group. Okay, going on. Okay, the picture to be held before your eyes is that of a vast network of groups working along the many possible lines, but having at their heart or behind them, working silently and persistently, influencing through soul contact one or more members of the new, slowly emerging group. So many groups with some quiet, powerful supporters. So these members of the new group of world servers are high and inspiring and empower the groups behind which they stand. These focal points through which the hierarchy is now seeking to work stand together telepathically and exoterically. They must work in the completest understanding, preserving always an attitude of non-interference and leaving each worker free to teach his own group as he sees fit. So, these focal points through which the hierarchy is now seeking to work stand together telepathically and exoterically, and work in the completest understanding. So this is the type of, the type of understanding, mutual support, so often, in fact, missing. Preserving always an attitude of non-interference and leaving each worker free to teach his own group as he sees fit. The terms used, the methods employed, the types reached, the truths taught, the discipline of life demonstrated concern no one but the working disciple who stands behind or at the center of the group he or she inspires. Yet there should be recognition of such points of inspiration. The members of this group of New Age workers, he's building the case, he's calling them by different things, all different names all the time. Think of it, 90 years ago, 30 years before the big burst of activity in the 1960s. The members of this group of New Age workers will, however, possess certain general characteristics. They will impose no enforced dogmas of any kind and will lay no emphasis upon any doctrine or authorities. They are not interested in having any personal authority, nor do they rest back upon traditional authority, whether religious, scientific, cultural, or any other form of imposed truth. Those are, high requirements. Modes of approach to reality will be recognized, and each will be free to choose his own. No discipline will be imposed by these workers upon those who seek to cooperate with them. The ideas of any one person or leader as to how the units of his particular sphere of activity should live and work, should meditate and eat, will be regarded as of no special value. The members of this new group work esoterically with souls and deal not with the details of the personality lives of the aspirants they seek to inspire. Again, high requirements. So, possess certain general characteristics. Really, the factor of non-interference is a big one, and leaving people in freedom. No dogmas enforced, no doctrines enforced. They don't want personal authority. They don't insist upon following traditional authority, whether religious, scientific, cultural, or any other form of imposed truth. They leave in freedom. They do not impose discipline upon their workers. Sometimes you see some fairly cultish groups run by individuals who seem to control the lives of those who are members of their groups. That right there is a signal that it's not a true worker in the new group of world servers, nor can the group effectively form part of the network because it's being guided by a personality. And if somebody has an idea about how you have to live, how you have to meditate, how you have to eat, those outer external factors, it's not elevated to a position which must be followed. Maybe it's noted and where there can be gain or some understanding, okay, but it's not set up as a standard to which you have to adhere. So the new group works with souls. They are high enough to work with souls. Okay. They are high enough to do so. And they deal not with the details of the personality lives in which so many aspirants seem to take a lot of interest, focus a lot of interest. They leave people free to adjust to their own personality lives. They seek to inspire on a higher level and leave to the individual the outer adjustments. Now, Master DK said he was going to do that. Interestingly, he did, maybe for the most part, but there were often times that he had to intervene and speak of personal details because they really were interfering with the health and the psychological state and the general effectiveness of the students who were welded into a sort of an outer ashramic group. So this is a basic rule and will serve to eliminate many worthy aspirants from this group of world servers now in process forming. He's building the words step by step. Now we have a group of world servers. We're getting close to the title that we so commonly use. That is the new group of world servers. Yeah. What a wonderful enterprise it is. And I question myself, have I understood it in the depth that I should have? When you go back and you revisit some of your earlier reading, you see what you may have absorbed and applied and what may have been ignored and what remained unapplied. So Alice Bailey says the true esoteric school is eliminative, and maybe all of these high requirements will eliminate some worthy aspirants, many of them, good students, good meditators, whatever, but maybe they just refuse to leave others in freedom. The tendency to impose one's own point of view indicates a lack of understanding, and it will rule out many. And we do see various teachers that not only suggest, but they do impose, expect, demand, require. We see it all the time. And according to this statement, they are eliminated from really being members of the new group of world servers. Again, the young and promising aspirants must be sought out and carefully inculcated with the trend of the new ideas. So, basically he's saying, start fresh, Maybe we need those who are not yet indelibly impressed or rigidly conditioned. Okay. So, in fact, start fresh. They must be taught to look for the divine and the good in all, both people and circumstances. Breadth of vision must be developed and that wide horizon pointed out which will enable the aspirant to live through this transitional period which is now with us, so that when they reach the middle life, they will stand as pillars of strength in the new world. So what is this? How to train young members of the new group of world servers. And it's not laying emphasis upon the same old, rather material personal things. Do not narrow them down to the ancient disciplines, and teach them not to lay emphasis upon diet, celibacy, times, seasons, and so distract their attention away from the newer and sacred art of being and the wonder of living as a soul. That's a beautiful sentence, the sacred art of being. I do think it is an art form. I think he's right there. So don't emphasize secondary things that have for so long been emphasized. So I'm going to put here the sacred art of being and the wonder of living as a soul. Those are the essences of what have to be inculcated. Whoop. What's going on here? Yeah. All right. And the wonder of living as a soul. That's what I wanted to emphasize. We'll see how far I can go now. It may be necessary to take a little vocal rest, perhaps. Forget not that when a man is living as a soul and his entire personality is therefore subordinated to that soul, unselfish purpose, purity of life, conformity to law, and the setting of a true example of spiritual living will normally and automatically follow. Okay. Well, let's see. All right. So basically, if I stopped here, right here, we are speaking about how to train young prospective members of the new group of world servers, and avoid inculcating the old methods. I think that this might be the place for me to stop. It's a long program, but we have made our way to page 420, and going back, we started at 407. So it's really only 13 pages, not very much, but it's something. And we'll see if more work can be done later this evening. Okay, so this is the end of number 48. And it was number 32. And it went from 407 to 420. And we're dealing with the 10th, 11th of September. The next one will be commentary number 49. And we'll be starting on page 420 with this question of how to train the new type of worker. And it will be Rule 10, 1033. Okay. 33 programs on Rule 10. Amazing. And this is September 11th, you know, that day which is very important in recent world history, and especially for the United States and the manner in which it would respond to the kind of religious intolerance and violence, which matches some of the thought life found within certain groups within the United States as well. These are days when sixth ray ideals are violently contending with each other, as if only they can be right. It's very hard to widen out a narrow mind, but we seek to do it. Okay, friends, I'll see if I can go on from this, but now I'll start the lengthy conversion process so this can be of use to you. I'll see you soon. Study hard. Lots of love, many blessings as we work together to bring the ageless wisdom to humanity.